Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Bakanga. As you are coming in, tap the screen. What's up, Kush? Tap the screen as you're coming in. Tap the screen as you're coming in your house. Hit the like button. Bakanga in the house, y'all. All right. Hell yeah. Bakanga is the way. Don't be overcome by anger if you don't like that statement. Wow. Tap the screen, y'all. Tap the screen. Just be patient. I'll tell you what Bakanga is. Come on. Hit the like button. Tap your screen, y'all. Tapping your screen is free. Give me a minute, Kenya. Give me a minute. 1 minute. Yeah. All right. Tap the screen, hit that like button. Do not stop hitting the like button. Do not stop hitting the like button. All right. We'll put the music away for right now. All right. I hope everyone is having a good day. No, you're not late, bro. I'm just getting on like right now. Who's this? Repent and seek Jesus Christ. Tell Jesus Christ to seek me. Go and tell Jesus that I told him to believe in me and come seek me out. It's the shepherd that goes and looks for the sheep, right? You don't tell the sheep to go look for the shepherd. Nah, if Jesus is the shepherd, tell him to come seek me out. You understand? Don't tell a human being to seek Jesus. Hit that like button, y'all. Don't stop hitting the like button. Tap the screen. Every knee will not bow. There are some knees that have not bowed, and there are some knees that refuse to bow. And there's nothing you can do about it. Every knee will not bow. Every knee will bow. That's a Roman declaration. That's what was declared by the Roman emperor. He was trying to make every knee on earth bow to Rome. You understand? And it didn't work. It didn't work. But welcome to the Tezok Show, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bakanga Land, backup channel. If you don't know that, I have a main channel. It's got somewhere close to 27,000 followers. Go and follow me on that one if you're not, and subscribe on that one if you are not yet. Until then, let's get on with this game today. Bakanga is the way, Jesus is not the way. God only exists in your imagination, and no one can prove me wrong on any of those statements that I have made. I mean, absolutely no one on earth right now could prove me wrong. Don't be uncomfortable. Listen, if you're a Christian, sit here for once and just listen to someone that has a different perspective from yours, right? Just listen to understand. Don't listen to disagree. Don't listen to hate. Listen to understand. No matter how controversial it is, listen to understand. Once you've understood, then you can live. Don't just be allergic to things that you disagree with. How would you ever grow, right? It makes me feel like you're afraid that if you listen to what I have to say, perhaps you might be persuaded to question your religion. And most of you don't want to question your religion. You are afraid to question your religion because you know that if you question your religion, it will be wrong and false. Even you would be able to tell that it's a lie. Most of you, most of you, most of you only believe in God because you are afraid to go to hell. Listen, there's nothing wrong with loving Jesus. I didn't say don't love Jesus. You can love Jesus in your imagination all day, all night. That's your problem. I don't have nothing wrong with that. I have nothing to say against that. I can't prevent you from loving Jesus. You can love Jesus all you want in your imagination, because that's the only place you're gonna find Jesus. You ain't gonna find him in the Bible. You ain't gonna find him in heaven. You ain't even gonna find him in hell. It's a story. It's a story. That story can only manifest itself to you through your imagination. All right, let me bring on people now. Don't listen. Don't be uncomfortable. Kenya, where did you go? Don't let what I'm saying make you so uncomfortable, right? Jesus is the way, the truth, the life, and the only way to the Father in heaven. Bro, nobody's trying to go to no Father in heaven. If you're trying to go to a Father in heaven that you don't even know what that Father in heaven is, what do you think? You've imagined a Father in heaven. You ain't never met no Father in heaven. You've imagined that there is a Father in heaven. Then you've made Jesus the way to this imaginary Father in heaven. Because the Father in heaven ain't never came and talked to you. So the Father in heaven you're talking about, that's purely in your imagination. Father God. Who told you that God was a father? Was he God himself? Exactly. The moment you call God a father, I knew that some human being had duped you. You cannot call God, you cannot give God human qualities if God is not a human being. If you're giving God human qualities, he's probably a human being. If you're calling him father, guess what? He's probably a human being, right? If he's not a human being, then he's not real. Someone says that this is a demon. How is this a demon? I told you, please maintain your self-control. Christians, believers, practice what your religion says. Show me as much love and patience right now by sitting down quietly and listening to me. Show me the love that Jesus gave you by listening to me. Don't be hating. Don't be calling me demon. Don't be rebuking me. Don't be doing nothing like that. Especially don't be rebuking me. Just relax. Just relax and listen, okay? Please, don't lose your cool. I know that you disagree with me. Just listen, though. Prove to us that you have some self-control by listening. Why are you guys reacting this way? And my dear Christian, don't hate the truth and don't hate the messenger, right? All right. I'll bring people on, but when you come on, I'm the one asking questions. What's going on?
Hey, I
Hey,
want to be fair. I want to be fair. I think there's another person in the guest request right now, and
no,
they were in
there's no one else in the guest request.
Oh, okay then. Never mind. Could you define Bakanga for me? I looked it up and all I can find is a spotted lion native to Africa.
Okay.
So what is Bakanga?
Why do you want to know?
I don't know. I find it interesting.
Sorry, I
Curiosity.
can't. I understand. I understand. That's fair. But I won't just tell you just because of that.
So you're telling me Bakanga's the way, but you're not telling me what Bakanga is.
Yeah, because it depends on why you're looking for the way that you
I
will
just
find the
told you.
way. And your reason is not good enough for me to tell you because I think it's futile.
What would be
And
a
you
good enough
won't. It's like you
reason?
giving a knife. It's like you giving a sharp knife to a little child. It would hurt itself. So I got to make sure that you can handle what I'm going to tell you. If not, we could just have a regular conversation.
Well, don't I'm a truth seeker. So if you have something that you think I could benefit from hearing, I am all ears. But if you don't
Okay,
tell me
good.
what it is,
No,
then
that's
Bakanga is
fair.
also in my imagination.
No, sure, it's in your imagination. Absolutely no doubt about that. Bakanga is also in your imagination. Do not confuse what I'm saying for some form of attack or ill intent. Unfortunately, you religious people always seem to think that if someone is saying something that is contrary to you, it must make no sense. It must be completely outrageous. But you have
That's
to
a
understand
vast
this is perspective.
generalization.
Yes. Religion, belief, ideas, all those things are in the realm of imagination, right? Reality is dictated by the five senses.
I
Imagination
would
is the
no, I
realm.
would disagree. Well, first of all, there are more than five, but there are things in this world that are real that you can't see, touch, taste, or hear,
The
or
only way you
smell
can know that they're real is by imagining them.
by imagining them.
Yes. If you can't use your senses to tell that something is there, the only other way is to imagine it. Tell me exactly how you know that those things are here without your imagination.
What do you mean by what do you mean
Tell
imagination?
me how you know that something that you cannot see, taste, smell, feel through your senses. Tell me something that you cannot detect through your five senses. How do you detect those things without your imagination?
I use my brain and form logical conclusions.
Okay, isn't that imagining?
No.
What is that?
Well, I can look up the definition of imagining, but I'm
Okay, yeah,
pretty
look up the
sure.
definition of imagining. Look up the definition of imagining so you can educate yourself.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we've got form a mental image of or concept of, and then the second definition is suppose or assume.
Duh.
Okay.
Is
Well, the
that not
second definition,
imagination? Is
well, the
that not
second def
imagination?
well, the second definition here says suppose or assume. That's kind of contrary to what I said earlier about logical conclusions.
It still doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter. It still fits the definition of imagination. The
Mm.
faculty or action of forming new ideas or images or concepts of external objects not present to the senses. Come on, man.
Well, yeah. Well, I would actually, there's another way
So it doesn't
to
matter if you're
observe
doing it
things.
logically, if you're doing it spiritually, or whatever you're doing. The faculty or action of forming new ideas or images or concepts of external objects not present to the senses. That's a direct communication. I shouldn't even need to explain myself.
Yeah,
Anything
I
that you
guess I
cannot
was
detect
going,
through your five
yeah,
senses is in your imagination. That's what I'm saying. I'm
yeah,
giving
I
you
guess.
perspective.
No, I think the way you're using it is slightly different than the first definition. In your imagination assumes that the only place that this exists is in your imagination. Yet you can
Yes, because
imagine
you're not
things,
able to tell
well,
by your five senses.
you can imagine things that are also real.
No, if something is real, you don't need to imagine it.
That's not true.
No, because the image that you're forming about that thing already exists somewhere else, right? So you don't need to form that image in your mind. All you need to do is copy the image. You don't need to form it. You need to copy it. But when you're forming a new image in your mind, that means you're using the data that you have within yourself. That's only within you to create brand new images and ideas, like you said, through logic, because there's no way to depict that thing through the five senses. You have no other way of telling. That's why it specifically says in the dictionary faculties or action of forming new ideas or images or concepts. Concepts is definitely things that come through logic of external objects not present to the senses. Not present to the senses. When something is not present to your senses, the only thing you have to do is imagine. So I am telling you now, I'm giving you perspective just in case you thought your religion was special than the Muslims. It's all happening in your imagination. It doesn't exist in reality within the realm of the five senses, right? Those things are
Okay.
things that we imagine. And if you
Yeah.
want to trust human
But you're,
imagination, go around
uh,
believing in religion.
yeah, the first definition on Oxford Dictionary says form a mental image or concept of. You can imagine things that are still real.
Bro,
I I can imagine a picture of
the
Africa.
first, the
Africa is
first, the
real.
first, the
There are no,
first.
no, no. You're not
Oh, you're
listening.
not imagining a picture of Africa, bro.
No, but I
Well, you
am.
that image. Okay, check this out. Check this out.
What am I doing? I'm thinking of
The
Africa
image
right in my
you're,
head.
you're you're just
What do you call that?
replaying. It's not necessarily
Yes,
that you're imagining it,
there
right?
you go.
As much.
Mm.
Hold up. The map of Africa exists. Have you ever seen Africa in real life?
Yeah, I think we're just operating under different definitions, but I don't think
Hold
this really
up,
matters
man.
to
Just
our.
relax. Have you ever seen Africa? Have you ever gone to space and seen Africa as a whole?
No, I've seen a map of Africa.
Okay, who drew that map? Was it you?
No.
Okay, so when
So
you are forming
technically,
an image of that map in your mind, how do you do it? Do you create a brand new Africa, or do you just literally replay what you saw somewhere?
yeah, I'm in my mind, I'm envisioning a picture of what I've seen previously.
Right. And is that
Yes,
picture
that's my
that of
definition.
what you that picture? Hold up, bro. Imagination is not the only thing that the brain does, bro. The human
Okay,
brain
but
is
I don't
multifunctional.
think we
The
should
human
spend time talking about this.
the human brain is multifunctional, right? And there's this aspect that we call the mind, and then there's this place that we call imagination. And there's multiple things that you do with your brain, even things you do subconsciously, especially when you're asleep. If you can go study it. People that do it's really amazing. It's an amazing field of study. The most advanced computer anywhere in our
Okay,
observable reality is the human brain, right? So you should go and study its functions. Nonetheless, the point I'm trying to make to you is that imagination is a real thing, and there are real things in imagination, right? And you
yeah.
need to be able to separate the reality of imagination with the reality of the world around us. For
You just
example,
changed
dreams
your point
happen,
though. Do you realize? You just changed your point.
bro,
No, do you realize it's like you moved the goalposts.
bro,
That's not what you were saying at
bro.
the beginning.
If you are listening to me, paying attention to the goalposts, you're always not gonna misunderstand what I'm saying. Because I have no goalposts that I'm trying to move. I have no goalposts. I don't care
But
if you
you
believe
moved
me or if you
you changed
listen.
you changed what you were
Personally,
saying. That's
hold
the
up.
upshot.
You remember you came up here and you asked me about Bakanga, and I told you I'm not telling you, right? I have a way I
Yes.
operate. When I
Yeah,
detect a
I don't
person's
think
intent,
Bakanga is real. I think it's a word you made up.
hold
I
up. You
looked it
don't have
up.
to
It
get
says
rude.
spotted lion.
You don't have to get rude and begin to
I'm
interrupt me. If you don't want to continue the
But you
conversation the way we're
interrupt me
having,
more than I interrupt you. It's more
listen,
like it's a one-way street,
if you
really, you
don't
know?
want to continue the conversation the way we were before, then I think we've had a really great conversation. You could leave now.
Okay. I mean, I'm telling you what happened. You changed what you were saying. That is what happened.
But what was I saying? Tell me.
At
If you
first
could
you
tell
were
me what I
saying
was
that
saying,
yes.
if you can tell me exactly what I was saying when you interrupted me, we can continue the conversation.
Yes. At first you said imagination. You only imagine things that aren't real because you don't have to imagine things that were real. At the end you changed it to you can imagine real things. That's you changed it completely.
Oh my
I
god.
agree with you. I agree with what you
You
said
see why I
second.
say you see why I say that you're not flowing, right? So please,
No,
let's go from
I
middle school.
agree with you.
Hold up. Let's go from middle school back to kindergarten so you can understand. Let me put it that way,
This
right?
is kind of
There is
demeaning, you know?
something known as objective reality and there's something known as subjective reality. I'm pretty sure you're educated as to what that means, right?
Yes, you're objectively wrong.
Okay, your subjective reality is your imagination falls in the realm of your subjective reality, but it is not part of the objective reality because the objective reality doesn't depend on you. It depends on the whole, right? But within yourself, your subjective reality, part of that subjective reality is your religion. So you can go around believing in Santa Claus and it will be real to you. It will literally be real to you. So I'm showing, giving you perspective how to take something that exists in your subjective reality and find a way to relate in the objective reality. For example, if you believe in Jesus, understand that there's not a literal Jesus out there that you can touch, smell, and touch. It's a character that you imagine in your head, form a concept of ideas, and use it to govern your being, right? That's how you're trying to approach it. But when you go from door to door like the Jehovah Witness, what you're doing now is you're no longer governing your being. You're trying to govern another person's being using your subjective
You're
reality.
going off topic right now. It's very far off topic.
Did you understand what I just said though?
I mean, yes, but it has no
Okay,
bearing on what you were talking about.
repeat to me what I just said. If you understand the point.
No, this is not a
No,
teacher
no, bro,
session.
listen to me,
This is
bro.
a
This is my
debate.
show, and you came up here to talk with me, right? And I'm making a
Yes.
point, and you tell me that
You
I'm going
said
off topic. Then explain to me what I just said. If not, you can leave. I already told you that.
you can
Come
kick
on,
me.
bro.
It says prove me wrong on the
Okay,
back. It's not a
sure.
teaching lesson.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Bye.
time, okay? I'll talk to someone that's
You're
more
welcome.
behaved.
Okay. You're not gonna
I don't get these people. These religious people are allergic to the truth. Listen, don't hate me. Listen to understand. Don't listen to disagree or to fight with me. Your religion is your religion, right? Fine. But I just want you to understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to fight with you. You're still going to believe in your Jesus. You're still going to go to your mosque. It's not like what I'm saying is going to radically change your life. And no, I'm making a point. Your religion, your God only lives in your imagination. That is true. None of you can prove me wrong. There's not a single one of you listening to me right now that can prove to me that your religion is not 100% imaginary within your subjective reality. You made it up. You made it up, and it's real to you because you made it up. But none of you can prove me wrong. What's up, Clint? How are you?
What's made you start thinking that God is not real? Like, I want to know what made you start thinking that way.
What made you to start thinking the same thing that made you to start thinking that God is real?
How?
Well, you know how you know why you started thinking that God is real, right? Listen, you know why you started thinking why God is real. Is that same reason that I started thinking that God is not real?
Like, everybody grew up believing that God is real because our parents and everybody made us believe it.
Well, just because your parents made you believe it doesn't mean it's true. You can now use your own eyes to look for God. Have you ever seen God? Have you ever seen God anywhere? God ever talk to you?
No.
The only people you have seen is human beings. Since the day you have been born, if it's not an animal, it's a human being. You have not seen anything outside of that. And yet somehow somebody has convinced you that there's a God somewhere, there's angels, there's demons. My friend, those things don't exist. They only exist in your imagination. So in your imagination, God is real. You're imagining a white man sitting on the throne, and then you imagine like a black man in hell as Satan or something like that. Whatever your imagination works for you, it works for you. But you have never seen God, and there's a reason why, because he doesn't exist.
What of all these prophets that are performing miracles?
They are lying to you. They have been, it's 419. They are scammers. They are scammers. You understand? All those so-called prophets are scammers.
I have seen some live performing miracles.
What type of miracle? What type of miracle did you see the prophets performing?
Like, there is a man that can't walk, so they brought him to my church, and the pastor healed him.
Like, no, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you to tell me the story. I'm asking me to tell me what did the pastor do to him? Like they healed him from his sickness?
Yes.
Okay, why doesn't that pastor go to the hospital and go and heal people there?
Because they will come to
because he has no power. But thank you for your time, okay, brother? Thank you for your time, okay, brother? I need to go on to the next guest. Thank you very much. Okay?
Okay, thanks.
None of you can prove me wrong that God only exists in your imagination. Nobody. There's no pastor. There's no spirit. There's no power in heaven or on earth or in your imagination that can prove me wrong. What's going on, Jojo?
Yo, bro, I loved your explanation. I thought it was tight, King. It was like the tightest explanation I've heard in a long time.
And that guy kept interrupting me, and he wouldn't even understand what I'm trying to say. I'm not even fighting with him.
No, you're not. But you see, because people have been programmed from birth. When you talk about what you're talking is almost like an antivirus. You're almost cleaning their system, and people will fight you to clean their system. They don't want it. They don't want to be free because their idea makes up who they are. I thought your explanation was excellent. That's right.
I'm trying to create and show people how it even says in the dictionary that your imagination, the faculty or action of forming new ideas. So that already tells you that that the imagination can give birth to things. That's the definition. I'm reading to you the definition of imagination, the faculty or action of forming new ideas. It's telling you that there is an action that you can take mentally. The brain can do something for you. It's an action, so it's a verb. Imagination is a verb. It's an action. It's an action, so it's a verb of forming new ideas or images or concepts of external objects not present to the senses. So you form an idea in your imagination, which is real to you. Your imagination is real to you, but to me, it's not real. My imagination is real to me, but to you, it's not real because it's subjective, right? It's happening within your vessel, within my vessel. The only way I can interact with your imagination is by imagining it through my imagination. Yeah. Now, but there are some things in the world that are true, regardless of your imagination and my imagination. So when both of us, when we look at the sun in the sky, we imagine to ourselves, I'm like, come on, bro, what's that object right there? And the bro is like, I don't know. I think we should call it the lumine. And I'm like, man, I think we should call it the sun. And then we come to an agreement that, you know what, your version sounds good. And you're like, let's call it the sun. And then we take that truth that we just created with our imagination, because we are looking at something that we don't know. We give it a name, and then we start calling it by that name. And that's how human beings do. Everything that has a name in the world that human beings didn't make, those are things that we don't really know what they are. We give those things names.
So you're saying the mind itself has the power to create? Yes.
It's a machine. It's a machine that uses information through the five senses and grinds it up like a grinder. And then the byproduct of it is what we see that we are able to do.
So if our mind can create, then are we saying our mind is the creator?
Oh, man. Oh, come on. Ooh, man, you almost kicked my butt right there. You see, it's not even that your mind is the creator. Your mind is more than the creator. Because creating is one of the only things, is one of the least things that the mind can do. The mind can do more than creating, right? So that's why I keep telling you that whatever you imagine God to be, it can't be greater than the tool that you're using to imagine God. Because when you think of God, when you read the words in the Bible, you form images in your mind. That imagination that you're reading and forming, it pales in comparison to the true capacity of your brain. The only reason why your brain can imagine it is because your brain is way more than that imagination. So God cannot be something that we can imagine. And if we cannot reach something with our imagination, that thing truly doesn't exist.
So what?
The things our imagination is the realm in which we are not limited. That's the combination, right? That's the 1 + 1 that makes 2 of what a human being is. So your imagination is like an infinity chamber that allows you to go and test out different ideas on different timelines, and then accelerate the process or decelerate the process. And then when you come back to the mother reality, you can manifest your idea. Like the Wright brothers, when they were thinking about the airplane, in their mind, they saw themselves soaring through the sky, right? They were like, let's make this machine that can lift up and go across the ocean. So they had this idea. So they did the best that they could. But throughout time, other people came and took these people's idea, bro. And now we got planes that can take passengers from the United States to Europe in a matter of 2 hours. The fastest passenger jet today can go about maybe let's say private jet, corporate jets, because the smaller ones can hit a pretty good speed. So it can take 30 people and travel to Europe in about 6 hours. The jumbo jets would take about 8 hours. But that's how fast human beings can travel. And that idea was born from two guys that were thinking that, hey, man, let's put a motor, an artificial source of energy to propel this object forward and see if it can fly. That's how ideas are born. Somebody thought of the idea of God. They're like, man, everybody has so many gods. What will it be like if we could just make people have one God? Whoa. We would be the most powerful people in this town. If we can convince a town where everyone believes in their own God to believe in our God, we will be the messengers of our God, and everybody will have to come to us and listen to us. So they don't have to know who our God is. We're just going to tell them whatever they need to do to make them believe us. And that's how religion was created.
So it's an economic tool.
Yes, it's a form of government. It's the same way militaries are created. Religions are created the same way militaries are created. See, I come to you and I'm like, hey, brother, you're my neighbor. And I've already spoken to the other 10 neighbors down the road that we need to form a group to protect our neighborhood. And I will be the leader. But 1 year from now, we're going to vote. If I've been doing a good job, you guys keep me in office. If I'm not, we'll vote a new leader. And I have no problem with that. And then before you know, we go from 10 houses to 20 houses, from 20 houses to a whole neighborhood, or a whole neighborhood to a whole town, from a whole town to a whole state, from a whole state to a whole country. And then that's how governments are formed. Somebody has an idea, says it to one person, and they get more people to support that idea, and the idea grows. That's how religion forms. You understand?
So how do we change this paradigm? Because
We cannot necessarily change the paradigm because the paradigm is within our nature, right? Our nature implies that one of us will always be dominant in every given situation. So what we must do is try to control it in the way that it works in the best interest of everybody. So we don't have to go to those people's religion if we want to gain access to your God. Your God should be able to come to us by himself. And if that God can do that, then we will accept that God. But if we have to come to you, then we don't accept that God. We don't accept any God that requires people to come to him. We only accept a God we should only accept a God that would come to people.
That's
in that
deep.
way, you will know who's a scammer and who's not. Because people that require you to come to their God, they're usually trying to scam you. But if God cares about you enough, he would just show up. Listen, you'll be getting up in the morning and there will be Angel Gabriel just sitting right there by your bedside. Say, what's up, buddy? So God told me to come tell you. You see what I'm saying? The fact that God doesn't do that with you shows that whoever that God you're worshiping is, that dude don't care about you.
So what is God? Is God self?
You cannot define God because it's something that we don't know. You can only observe it based on how people have been using it, right? So the word God itself is born out of Germanic roots. But the idea of deification is as long as human beings have been around the earth, we've always elevated something. When something can do something that we can't do, we want to glorify that thing. And slowly but surely over time, as humans multiplied and became more sophisticated and learned more skills and developed more knowledge, the whole idea of glorifying things just increased. And some men figure out a way to make other men put them up on the pedestal, like LeBron James. I mean, he's got a skill. So he just showed his skill to the world, and now people glorify him, like Beyonce, she can sing. So what did she do? She just made a song, and now people think oh man, look at her, she's beautiful, she can sing. People idolize, people always worshiping something. That's not the problem. The problem is when someone says you have to worship, you have to bow, you have to do this. Think about how tyrannical this sounds when someone says to you, every knee will bow and every tongue would confess. How arrogant are you? No, every knee will not bow, every tongue will not confess unless they are doing it willingly. If they're not doing it willingly,
unless they're saying they will make you bow and they will make you confess,
right?
Unless they're
It's
threatening
a threat.
you.
Yeah, it's a threat. Like, why does God need to threaten? Why does God that is almighty need to threaten human beings? And this is from the Christian perspective, right? Let's not even go to the Muslim perspective because it's worse over there. Why does God need to threaten human beings? If you are curious about who Bakanga is, tell me your reason why. Anyways, brother, I wish we could have a conversation for a long time, but I need to go to everyone that's in line, Thank you so much for your enlightening questions.
What is Bakanga?
What do you want to know?
Did you say why?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, well, for one reason, I was brought here. I loved the way that you spoke about what you spoke about. I'm intrigued in your conversation, and you've got Bakanga up there is the way. So if you tell me, I'm intrigued. I don't know. I'm intrigued. You got a fez on your head, yeah?
A fez? No, it's not a fez.
Is that not a fez? Oh, sorry, forgive my.
No, it's okay. It's just a hat. It's just a hat. Okay. But I would tell you in the easiest way that I would tell anyone. Okay, Bakanga means nothing.
Wow.
It's a word without meaning. It's nothing.
Wait. Bakanga is the way. So nothing is the way.
I mean, let your brain imagine the rest. I'm gonna leave the rest to your imagination. I trust your imagination to be able to take care of you.
Wow, that's deep. Yo, that's deep. Yo, that's deep, my king.
Yeah, indeed. It's simple as that. And in that way, that shows that I don't have any power over you. You don't have any power over me, because ultimately, if you understand what Bakanga is and what I'm trying to say by it, if you're a person that is not really baptized into a religion or doubts, you will simply understand.
Freedom. It's complete exactly. Freedom. It
Exactly.
allows you to.
You
I mean,
you
the
you
minute
could
you
put it
said
in
it,
your
I was
own words.
free.
That's the essence of it.
In the minute you said it, I felt free. It's complete freedom. It actually puts power back into my hands.
That's right.
Yeah.
It shows you
Wow.
that there is no origin unless you are the originator. There is
All
no
right.
origin unless you are the originator. If you are not the originator, there is no origin. Most people cannot conceive these things because they are indoctrinated into some form of belief system that makes them extreme. You know, they're either extremely right or extremely left, extremely Christian or extremely Muslim, extremely everything out there. Don't be extremely anything. You cannot navigate this world if you're not if you're an extreme of something. You don't need to be extreme
Yeah.
of anything. You need to be fluid. You know, I was telling
Like
someone
water.
yesterday that I was telling one of my friends yesterday, I was having a conversation with one of my friends, and I was telling him that I live my life not so much like water, but life flows like water. That's what I was telling him. When water is flowing downhill, you don't need to pave a road for it. You don't need to pave a road for the water. The water is, in its very nature, has the ability to seek the path of least resistance. You see, it seems like in the internal logics of how the human brain is wired, if a person is just thinking for themselves, they will always make the right decisions for themselves because they know themselves. People make bad decisions when you begin to think based on somebody else's perspective. So this usually accidentally happens through advice, right? People are always giving you advice. Before you know, you're doing what everyone else is saying except what you want.
Yeah.
But if you just did what you want, you realize that you always know what you're supposed to do because the human brain has the ability to find the path of least resistance, carefully avoiding death at every corner. That's what life is. Life is the act of avoiding death. Every decision you make, you're always avoiding death. There's a reason why your body was kind of sluggish and you got into your car 5 minutes later than you were supposed to. And you decided, you know what, I'm not going to go on the highway today. I'll use the back road. I guarantee you that you avoided death. You don't even realize that that's what you're doing, right? You're like, you know what? I'm not driving in this storm. Okay, smart decision. Why? You're avoiding death. Our thinking, it's one of its primary function is to to observe our environment and to help us make decisions, right? Subconsciously, to not do certain things that might lead us to death. And that's what life is all about in a simplistic way. So there's no way I can tell you that Jesus is the way or that Muhammad is the way if that way is not something that originates from you. So to understand Bakanga, you can't be asking me what Bakanga means.
Right. Yeah. So basically, in short, I am the way.
Man, like I said, I leave the rest to your imagination because I'm not saying anything to you. Remember, I told you it's nothing. So I can't tell you anything, right? So if I can't tell you anything, then the only one that could tell you anything, the only thing that you possess, the only weapon, the only tool that you possess that can make something out of nothing is called your imagination.
Yeah.
The human imagination is the only tool that humanity possesses that can take what we know as nothingness and through the action of thinking, mold something. So this idea that, oh, God came out of nothing, yeah, it's true. Through your imagination, because your imagination makes things out of nothing. But God is inferior to your imagination. Your imagination is greater than God. Any God you can imagine, your imagination is greater than that God.
Wow. Wow.
And guess what? Guess who controls your imagination? It's not God, it's you.
Yeah.
Listen, if the white man imagined what it would be like to take Africa from the Africans, and the Africans didn't imagine what it was like to defend themselves, guess what? White man taking Africa, guess what? White man imagine what it was like to come to leave Europe, his beautiful cold abode, and come to America, and he came and saw the land of the Indians, and he imagined what it would be like if he took control of that land and built an empire. Guess what? Now he did. It all begins in the imagination. It all begins there. But thank you so much for your time, bro. I appreciate you.
God bless you, man. I followed
for
you
sure, man.
Bakanga.
Yes, sir. Do not get mad at me, religious people, because I say things that are contrary to what you believe in. Thank you, Jojo. Do not get mad at me. I don't want you to, I'm not trying to convert you. I'm simply trying to make you understand me. Bakanga is the way. Jesus is not the way. God only exist in your imagination. No one can prove me wrong. I mean, absolutely no one. There is no one in existence, anyone in existence or non-existence that can prove me wrong. None of you have that power. Anyways, bro, what's up? Hello? What is Bakanga? You want to know what Bakanga is? You see, the fact that you have to tell me that I'm wrong, that's evidence that whatever you believe in, you are wrong. You don't have to tell anybody that they're wrong, okay? You don't need to tell anyone that they're wrong. You don't need to tell anyone that they're wrong. It's not a matter of being wrong, all right? Anyways, Mo, what's up, Mo?
What's up, brother?
Hey, man, you know,
So,
just out here
so
causing confusion in the kingdom of God.
all right. So let's start from the beginning. So how you think we came into existence, human beings?
Who's we?
Us, human beings.
I'm pretty sure that we're all the product of sperm and egg.
Okay, yeah. We like, how did it first start?
I'm pretty sure that knowledge is out of my reach. How about you? How did it first start? I wasn't there, so there's no way for me to know. All I know is that every human being on earth today has a father and a mother, and their father and their mother had a father and a mother, and it appears to be a cycle that goes back as far back as anyone. No one has ever provided an evidence that there was a time when that stuff wasn't true here. You know, as far as we know, the world I've been living in, human beings are born, and honestly, it doesn't really bother me that I don't know the true origins because you're supposed to live in the present, not in the past.
Okay, so here, I'll give you something simple. If there's a computer, correct? If there's a computer and it just came into existence in the desert. Like, let's say you walked in the desert and you just seen a laptop. Let's say a laptop. Would you say like that laptop came from nothing or somebody made it?
It absolutely came out of nothing.
How really? So a laptop, if you see it with the keyboards and everything, and it has a mouse, it all came from nothing.
Bro, you realize that what you're just telling me right now doesn't exist anywhere but in my imagination, right? And I literally just imagined what you said out of nothing, and that computer came out of nothing. So I'm right. I'm not tripping with you. I'm being serious. If I'm walking in the desert, I'm imagining myself right now walking in the desert, and I see a computer. It came out of nothing because I'm imagining it. Now, if you ask me if I was walking through the desert, I've never walked through the desert and found a computer, so I can't comment on that in reality, in objective reality. But in my subjective reality, I can use my imagination to tell you, and I just did. It came out of nowhere, nothing.
Well, I could say the same thing and use my imagination and say God made it.
Yeah, that's cool, but it's still in your imagination. It doesn't matter. You're right. You can say it's God that made it. And from your perspective, you see that God made it, that's cool. It's still in your imagination.
It's still in my okay. So you don't think we're like our human body is intelligently made? Like our brain, our cells, our DNA, all that stuff?
It's not so much that it's intelligently made. No, we clearly see an intelligence in it. Like we see an intelligence in it. What the problem is that we are deluded as to the origin of that intelligence. We're assuming that the source of that intelligence has to be a greater power than us, when in reality, the source of that intelligence could be a lesser power than us that created something that it couldn't even control all the time. We make things that we can't control all the time.
How could it be a lesser power than us if we don't even know how to make a single?
I'll tell you.
Yeah,
I'll tell you. It's like we created this nuclear plant that when the nuclear plants experience a meltdown, it destroys us. We can't control it. We lose control of it. You know, every time you lose control of something you made, it's because that thing brings about unexpected results, and those are things you can't control. And because those unexpected results are like stopping you from being able to do what you want to do, that thing gains power over you. It's like a tsunami. When a tsunami is coming, humans flee. Humans don't flee from regular waves. We flee from tsunamis because we realize that thing is overpowering us.
Okay, so here's my reasoning for believing in God. If I see something that's made like something, okay, like I'm saying, like the sky, the rain, the heavens and the earth, a human being, animals, plants, all of this. I can't tell myself, how can something like this come from something that's not even powerful, that doesn't even know what it's doing? You
Oh
understand what I'm trying to say?
man. Just wait, watch. This is my book, and I like to write down stuff sometimes. Let me read to you something that I wrote. Okay. When it comes to believing, the most important thing is not what a person believes in. The most important thing is the reason why a person believes in what they believe. When you question it like that, the answer becomes obvious. The reason why humans believe in different things is because they fear reality. Believing is practically daydreaming. Humans dream at night and continue dreaming when they wake up and go about their day by forming and creating beliefs. Should they not form and create beliefs, they will have to face reality and its terrors head on. So they live by escaping reality. To not have a belief, to the most indoctrinated humans, appears to be chaos. Some people can't understand how something comes out of nothing, right? That's something I was thinking of this morning. I had to write it down so I won't forget.
Well, that's why I
You
gave you
know,
that
your belief is a
laptop.
product of fear. Your belief is because you fear the idea of nothingness. You fear to acknowledge the fact that things can come out of nothing, right? So you don't even want to know how things come out of nothing. You just immediately eliminate the possibility, the idea. You don't even want to research it. You're like, nah, things don't come out of nothing, and that's it. Let's not even go there. No, it's not if things come out of nothing. Is can we prove that things can come out of nothing? Let's do some research, because if humans were thinking like that, humans will never make progress. That's the problem with believing. When you believe in things, it always hinders you from discovering things that are out of the realm of your belief. But when you possess no belief, you can gain anything you want, any knowledge. You're free. Believing is a mental prison, because you see one aspect of reality and you don't realize that reality is fluid, like water. Your belief, your ability to know what is right and what's wrong, to see the world, you need to be fluid. If not, you don't
So,
realize that. Go ahead,
so you're
my
just
bad, go
saying,
ahead.
so you're saying this is all imaginary, all imagination, all in your
Yes,
head.
imagination, what we call life,
Where
imagination
did
is at least
where did this
50%.
where did this imagination come from? How can you
We
make
don't know.
imagination?
We don't know, because the imagination is a tool that also creates. But okay. A lot of people have tried to spiritualize it. They've turned it to turn it into kuku gaga. But what I've done is that I've simplified it to turn it like a car. Anyone can drive this car now. It's no longer like driving a car is a luxurious thing, right? So using your human brain is not really rocket science anymore. The way I'm trying to put it for you, right? What we know as a sixth sense is really what we know as the imagination. So we are still kind of doing research on that. We haven't figured it out. But the ability to create images in the mind, it's literally is what we are trying to create by creating machines. Our reverse engineering of machines is really reverse engineering the human body. Every technology on earth today is born out of that original thought.
What?
We are trying to reverse engineer the human machine, right? We're trying to create artificial intelligence. And every technology, like I said, that humans possess has been born from that. And yet we haven't been able to. That shows you that the human brain is indeed a very, very highly sophisticated machine, but nonetheless still a machine. And not a machine that is beyond, not a machine that is beyond our realm to understand, our ability to understand. So whoever created this machine is at very least just slightly older than us, but not more intelligent than us. So it's amazing, right?
Of course he's more intelligent than us, because we when we were dead, we didn't even know what a brain was. Correct?
No, but you see, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. Your teacher is not more important than you, bro. The teacher is not more important than the student. The problem is that the teacher is older. The teacher is older than the student, right? So the teacher can do things that the student cannot yet do. But when the student grows up, he goes to school, gets his degree. Guess what? There's no limit. He will always surpass his teacher. Really, that's the whole goal of being a teacher, anyways. So whoever made this human machine wasn't trying to make something less than itself. It was trying to make something that could do what it could not do. So we are like an upgraded version of something old. You get it? So it's not a creation. It's more like a transformation. So whatever made us is us.
Transformation from what?
What we don't know what the previous state was. We don't know what the previous state was. But whatever it is that gave birth to this type of engineering, that thing is part of what we are. We are not separate from it. We cannot be separate from our origin. We are not less than our origin. And we are not.
So basically you're saying somebody like us, a little bit smarter, created our bodies.
No, not a little bit smarter. You can't measure that person's intelligence to either be more or less. It could be either.
It could be either.
Yes.
And
and in fact, the evidence that I have that thing is less than us, whatever brought us is less than us, is the fact that when you look at us, if we're the product of some type of intelligence, of course, that intelligence will have to use its knowledge within itself to make us. And we see that human beings, when we create, we are always trying to create things that would do things for us that we don't want to do ourselves or we cannot do ourselves. We always create to make life easy, to make things easy. So there's no reason to imagine that something would have made human beings just for the fun of it. No, they made human beings, whatever made human beings for a purpose, right? It had a purpose for those human beings. And the fact that it's not here should show you that the purpose for those human beings, it's observable. And you can observe it, except human beings don't really have a specific purpose. You don't see a specific purpose for human beings because human beings are the type of beings that can do what they want based on the ability and the tools that they have. So you cannot say the human purpose is to make the earth a beautiful place. Humans want to go to Mars. You can't say the purpose of human beings is to colonize Mars. No, now they want to go to Jupiter. You cannot quantify the human being like that. If you let every human being do what they want to do, bro, we won't always do the same things.
So here's my thought. So here's the funny thing. Some humans are very arrogant, right? Meanwhile, they can't control their own heartbeat. They can't control the way they blink. They can't control how their kidneys work. They can't control their organs or their cells.
And who told you that they can't do that? Are you projecting your weaknesses on other people?
Could you control your heartbeats? Like, could you make it beat for years to come?
Bro, what are you talking about, bro? What do you think blood pressure and hold up. What do you think blood pressure and heart surgery and all these things that we do with your heart is all about?
I'm talking about your heart as it's beating right now.
Okay.
Are you the one who's making it beat?
Yeah.
How are you making it beat?
By pumping oxygen in and out of my nose.
And who's giving you that oxygen?
Nobody.
Nobody's giving you that oxygen. It just came.
Really. So if I go down to the river and go and drink water, somebody gave me the water from the river? Bro, it's here. No one I didn't see anyone put it here, and it's here, and I've been using it. No one has complained. Why should I assume that someone gave it to me?
So nobody gave you those eyes, nobody gave you those ears and those noses. It just came by itself, just like that.
As far as I'm concerned, my father and my mother are the people I give credit for that. I thank them for that. But beyond that, that's it.
Okay. So this whole
why will I assume? No, I want to know your logic. Why will I assume anything more than that? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't thank my mother and my father for my eyes and my noses. I should thank someone else. And give me a reason why I should assume that someone gave me oxygen.
So you're gonna thank your mom and dad. Then who's gonna thank your grandpa, your grandparent? Who's gonna thank the first person in the first human being who was created?
What first human being that was created?
There had to be a first human being that was created, no?
And who told you that they had to be?
Well, how we come?
We are the descendants of no. Like I told you already, we could easily be anything, right? We could be the product of a race of beings that fled a planet from somewhere. And their origin goes back to infinity, right? And the way they live on is by multiplying themselves. So they change. Hold up. Human beings, the fact that human beings take the likeness of their parents is really an important phenomenon that shows you how a human being is like an eternal being. That
we are not eternal, we die.
Bro, relax.
Just to let you know,
a human being is like an eternal being that has the ability to clone himself. So he lives on by cloning himself from generation to generation, and he transmits all his information genetically. That's what the word genetic, the root word is generation, right? The generation intelligence. So I am the representative of every. Huh?
I was asking you, how did the first human being like you come into existence without somebody making him?
There is no first human being. We cannot assume that there is a first human being because there's not just one type of human being.
So what was there? What, a transformer? An alien? What was it?
We don't know, bro. That's the whole essence of that. We don't know. We can speculate, but guess what? We're still researching and we don't know. Just because we don't know doesn't mean we have to make up something. Come on, that's not how you find the truth. You don't just assume that somebody committed a crime. You don't just crucify the first suspect just because you suspect the person, right? Just because you suspect that there might have been a first human being doesn't mean, no, you still need evidence to prove that there was a first human being. Just because you suspect it doesn't mean that that's the truth.
So history, you don't believe in history?
No. What is history, bro? History is a set of stories that we tell ourselves to make us deal with the fact that we don't really know what happened in the past.
So you don't believe in God? You don't believe in history? You don't believe in the library? You don't believe in anything?
Practically, I don't really believe in anything. I don't really use the word believe in the way I use my logic. I've discovered that belief affects the way that the machine that I am is supposed to work. The human machine is not designed to work by believing. It so happens that it can believe, but by believing, you make all the other functions of the machine inefficient. For example, if you put diesel in a regular car, you might start it, but you'll probably blow the engine up. So that's what belief is not natural to us. What is natural for us is to be able to, based on how the human machine works, to be able to tell the difference between things by comparing them, left or right. Not necessarily to pick right over left, but to know the difference between left and right. And that's all we're supposed to do. We're supposed to know the difference. We're not supposed to say, oh, the right is true and left is wrong. No, that's not what we're supposed to do as a human being. So I don't really go into believing. Personally, when I live my life, I discipline myself that way. I isolate my beliefs and I try not to let them affect the way I make decisions, because I try to make decisions based on things that I'm sure of, that are true regardless of my belief, and things that I can prove to be true.
So once you said you reject history, that right there means you have a long way to understand anything. Because
that simply means that I'm not history. That simply means that I'm not just some type of animal in the bush that someone can bamboozle information into me, because you can understand anything within any universe, right? For example, you can go into the Superman universe, into a DC universe, or to the Marvel universe, and guess what? If you don't watch DC movies and watch DC shows, you're not going to be educated about DC stuff, but you don't need to know about the Superman universe to live your life. You don't got to know the history of Marvel to live your life. I don't have to know your version of history, or what you call history, or what you think transpired in the past to live my life. All I have to do is come to a logical conclusion based on, you know what, I'm here right now, I need to work. I wonder how long this company has been here. I don't need to speculate about things that happened in the past. I don't need to speculate about those things.
I'm also using logical.
Nobody that believes in history as a 100% source of truth is logical.
Right now, I'm gonna use my logic. I'm gonna be logical. If I see my body with a heartbeat, lungs, kidneys, eyes, tongue, I'm not just going to say, you know what? I was born, but a retard made me. But that retard must have been smart. You agree with that or no? Would you say that?
I think that your analogy does you a disfavor, because that's not even realistic.
It's not realistic, exactly. So it's not realistic to say we came from nothing and somebody who's not a god, somebody more intelligent than us, made us.
Yes, it is realistic.
You just said it wasn't.
No. I said what you said wasn't realistic, but what I'm saying is realistic.
Why it's not realistic?
Because when I see a car, I don't imagine that a god, a supreme, magnificent being, made the car just because I don't know how the car works. When we look at the universe, it could be the product of multiple beings, not just one, first of all. So this assumption that there's this almighty magician that can snap his finger and create things is, first of all, very illogical and not realistic. Realistically, things come together to build. Ants come together to build. Honeybees come together to build. Human beings come together to build. We don't see anything being built by a singular entity. No, everything is being built by putting something together, right? So if nothing could come out of... Hold up. If it's not realistic... Hold up, bro. If it's not realistic to believe that something can come out of nothing, where did your God and that creator come from?
Well, if I say he came from this, and then you could tell me then where did that come from? And where did that come from? So there has to be one starting point.
Okay, sure. Correct? Where did the starting point come from?
There's no starting point. There can't be. Because
no, you just said to me that nothing can come out of nothing. No, you just said to us that nothing can come out of nothing, right? That how can something come out of nothing? If you walk down the desert and you see a computer, you just assume that it came out of nothing. So if you were standing there at the starting point, you would just assume that it came out of nothing, bro?
So okay, so where did that starting point come from? Where did it come from?
Thank you. That shows you that what is happening is not creation.
You didn't prove anything.
Listen. That shows you that our reality is not a product of creation. It's a product of transformation, right? So what we are observing is not necessarily that one thing creates another. Is that temperature changes and water becomes ice. Then temperature changes, then the water evaporates. Then temperature changes. So that's what's happening. So whoever this God that created us is, his environment changed and it became us. So now, when the environment around us will change again, when the environment around us changes again, we will become something else. Like in the future, human beings are going to be able to become mechanically induced. That's what our science is leading us. A generation is coming in the future where it will be difficult to find a human being without some type of mechanical attachment. In fact, in the future, human beings would download their intelligences into computers, and it will be preferable to be in a mechanical body for 500 years. And we will have technology to develop all the sensors to the point where you can even experience something as sex through machinery and censorship. You understand? So when you understand, that changes the way reality is changing.
Brother, human beings will never be able to create a cell, a DNA, anything that in that kind of nature. A brain cell, nothing like
Hold on. What did you say?
A human being will never be able to duplicate or create a DNA.
You say human beings. Say that again.
I don't know how many times you want me to tell you, bro.
No, I want to hear why. I don't understand how a person like you could say that and you live in 2022. When 2,000 years ago, people would have told you that. What do you mean? What's a toothbrush? Bro, let me tell you something. 2,000 years ago, people would have been like, what's a toothbrush, right?
When can a doctor ever create a DNA?
Bro, come on, please listen to me and understand. 2,000 years ago, if you told anyone in the streets of Jerusalem that I can take a heart out of this person and transplant that heart into this person, they'll look at you like a madman. If you told anyone in Jerusalem that you could put a spear through someone's heart and that person survive, they'll look at you like a madman. Human beings have already accomplished. Hold up, bro. Human beings have already proven, just by looking our day and time, that we can defy the laws of nature. There's nothing that we cannot accomplish given enough time.
Really? So we can make rain, we can make snow, we can make all of this stuff come out from the sky, right?
Yeah.
Without nobody's control. We can make the sun set whenever we want, and we can bring it.
Bro. If you look at humanity from the perspective, if you look at humanity from the perspective of past, present, and future, without dividing it, human beings can do anything. Anything you can imagine, we can do it.
Really? We can't even create a wing of a fly. You're gonna tell me we could create anything? Could we even create a wings fly?
Hold up for 1 second. Bro, do you know how semiconductor technology works?
What's that?
Do you know how semiconductor technology works?
No.
Do you know how rocket technology works? Rocket science. Do you understand rocket science?
Bro, I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm not one anything like that. So
okay, do you understand genetic? Do you understand genetic engineering?
I understand some of it, yes.
Okay, do you understand DNA splicing?
DNA what?
Splicing.
Splicing? No, I know DNA. I don't know what DNA splicing is.
Okay. Do you understand how the COVID-19 vaccines were developed? The science behind it?
No, now you're going way, I don't know where you're going now with this.
I'm trying to show you how the human beings accomplish the impossible. Do you understand how penicillin is made?
Okay, but they get it from nature. What do you think? They made it on their own?
Bro.
They got it from something.
Bro. We've already proven. Listen, bro.
Just to let you know.
Bro. DNA is not made out of nothing. Whoever made DNA didn't make it out of nothing.
Exactly.
Okay.
So how did the first DNA come from?
Why am I worried about that? I don't know.
Because you don't know. So don't say there's no God when you can't prove it.
No. I can say there's no God because the person saying that there is a God can't prove that there is a God.
Can you?
It's not like the default state. Let's not act like the default state of humanity is to assume that there's a God.
Can you prove it?
Prove what?
That there's no God?
Why will I prove something that is not real?
Well,
Why will I try to prove something that's not real?
You're saying there isn't. I'm saying there is. Could you prove there isn't?
No. Listen, if you put two kids to be chilling in the afternoon, they will not suddenly start arguing about God unless someone brings and come and tell them that there's a God, right? So let's not even act like the burden of proof is on me. The burden of proof is on the person making the claim, the positive claim. You are the one claiming that there is a God. So don't ask me to argue, to counter argue your argument when you haven't even provided evidence for your argument, your original argument. The person that says that there is a God is the one upon which there is burden of proof.
All right, one more thing before I get out of here. What's Bakanga?
No. Hold on. Are you a Christian?
No.
And you believe in God?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. And you understand that belief is in your imagination, right?
No.
So your belief in God is not in your imagination?
I believe I have an imagination, but I don't
No.
believe
I'm telling you that everything that you are telling me about God comes from your imagination. There's nothing you can tell me about God which doesn't come from your imagination.
I mean, okay, that's cool if you want to believe that.
No, it's not that I can believe that. You can't prove me wrong. Tell us anything about God that you didn't imagine.
I can't say that I can't imagine. What do you mean? Say that again.
Tell us anything about God. Anything about God without using your imagination.
Without using my imagination, everything.
Yes, tell us anything about God which doesn't come from your imagination.
Even if I want to sit, I got to use my imagination.
Bro, that's why I tell you that God only lives in your imagination, because you can't find God anywhere else but in people's imagination. And it's different from imagination to imagination.
Your imagination. What if Bakanga lives in your imagination?
Yeah, sure. I'm not arguing with that. Anyway? You're not worthy to know.
No, well, you said a name. What do you mean I'm not worthy to know? I have to know what it is.
No, I'm telling you that you should go about your day and don't worry about Bakanga, because that's something that someone like you would never understand. So there's no point for me telling you.
Because it's in your imagination. It's your imagination.
Sure. There's no problem with that. I have no problem with it being my imagination.
You have an imagination. I have an imagination. Why can't?
Yeah, sure.
Why isn't he in your imagination and not mine?
Who?
Bakanga. I want to imagine him. So put him in my imagination.
No, I don't want to.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. No, because you already have God in your imagination, right? Isn't that enough for you?
I want to switch.
No. You can stay with God. You can keep imagining kumbaya heaven. You can imagine going to a white heaven where there's a white God with a white throne that will give you everything, or you can go to a black heaven with a black God with a black throne. Whichever God you subscribe to, you can worship that God. But for you, my friend, Bakanga is above you. It's beyond your comprehension. It's for supreme beings.
Okay. Just I guess he's in the imagination, not mine.
It's for supreme beings. Yes. Lesser beings cannot understand Bakanga.
Supreme beings? What does that mean?
Don't worry. Don't worry about that either.
I mean, you make no sense, brother. I'm just letting you know.
Sure, of course, bro. Do you really think that someone that develops quantum mechanics will make sense to a beggar in the street? Of course not. So just because I don't make sense, it's not an insult to me. It could be an insult to me or an insult to you. Maybe I don't make sense because you can't understand me, or maybe I don't make sense because what I'm saying is foolish. Who knows? So if you say I make no sense, look at yourself in the mirror. Maybe I make no sense because you can't understand me.
You just said you're a supreme being.
I didn't say I was a supreme being.
Yes, you did. You said you have to be a supreme being to understand.
No, you imagine that I said I was a supreme being by mistranslating my words. I said only supreme beings can understand Bakanga.
Okay, so you said you understand Bakanga, so you're a supreme being.
Did I say I understand Bakanga? Or did you put those words in my mouth?
No, you said you know who he is, and I don't.
No, I said I'm not. I said I'm not telling you anything about Bakanga. That's the only thing I said to you about Bakanga.
Okay, but why are you so scared to tell me what he is?
Oh, you consider it being scared? No, I said you're not worthy.
Okay, but
it's just like, bro. For example, let me give you an example. I don't take my first paycheck and go and give to a homeless person every month. It would make no sense, right? So why should I take this magnificent thing that I've discovered and give to someone that will not value it?
Well, look, you're on this live, right? This is your live. You're making people trying to understand, or you're trying to get understanding. So if they ask you a question, you're just gonna be like, no.
Yeah, because I have the ability to dispense knowledge and to withhold knowledge. And from you, I am withholding the knowledge of Bakanga. After conversing with you, I have determined that that knowledge is of no use to you. You already got God in your imagination.
Has anybody but you know what Bakanga is?
There are multiple Bakangas in the comment section. They can hail Bakanga and you will see them. They know what it means. I'm not the only one. I didn't even make up that word.
Oh, okay.
I'm just the number one propagator of Bakanga. But Bakanga, like I said, anyone who believes in God will never be able to understand Bakanga, because the one thing you need in order to believe in God is an inferiority complex. And anyone that thinks little of themselves.
The movie from Black Panther.
That's Wakanda.
Yeah, that's what I thought in the beginning, but now I realize it's not him.
No, it's above that, because it's not fictional. It's reality. And Bakanga is the way.
What's the meaning though?
Come back another day.
Because the other guy you spoke to, he you know, you kind of liked him, but he asked you, you said, and he still wasn't worthy?
Well, did you hear what I said to him?
What'd you say?
Come on, man. If you were paying attention, you would have heard it.
I didn't hear it. What did he say? What'd you say?
Sorry. You have to go and rewatch this live on my YouTube.
All right, brother. Nice talking to you.
Thank you. Bakanga is the way, not Jesus, or the God you have imagined in your imagination. Listen, y'all, do not be haters. What's up, bro?
Yo, what's up? Just before we start, I'm gonna assume that you're an atheist, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, because I was listening to your whole conversation and I can't really understand where you're coming from. So if I got a better picture, I'd be able to argue, debate. But let's not argue. Let's treat each other with respect, and I'll just say all my points, and then we can debate about it. All right.
Hello?
Yeah, you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah, did you hear anything I said earlier?
Of course.
All right, cool.
I'm listening.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I was listening to what you said before, and I wanted to ask you a question. What would it take for you to... I'm not going to try and convince you or anything, all right? I'm not going to. But what would it take for you to believe in God? What would have to happen?
I'll have to become exactly what you imagine God to be in your mind. I'll have to become...
Okay, I find that interesting. So let's say that God appeared in, Jesus Christ or something, appeared in front of you right now and said, "I'm God, I exist." Would you believe?
Say that again?
If God appeared in front of you and said that I'm God and I exist, would you believe?
No, not until he passes my test.
Okay, what would that test be?
I would just ask him questions using my logic. And I think, and based on my ability to know things, the way I see myself, the perspective from which I see myself, that God will be able, he will have to be able to conjure up things that I can't even imagine, because I can't really see any God in this world that human beings have been able to create with their mind that can pass my test of scrutiny.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, true. But the most common response is that, well, have you heard of the argument God of the gaps?
Nah, I don't really, like I said, I'm not an atheist because I don't engage into the debate of God in this intellectual system of people that like to use, oh, it's a fallacy, this is a this. Nah, I'm everyday conversation, right? So I have conversations the same way as two madmen on the street, two homeless guys in the street, because it's the inside of a human's understanding that matters. It's not the structure of your debate, it's not the words you use, it's literally your ability to communicate in a way that just about anyone at any level of education can understand you. So I usually don't get into the main debate between the ones where they go into the university, atheists, Christians. For me, honestly, when I see the atheist, I think that the atheist and the Christian or the believer and non-believer are the same way. I see them as the same person. They're just two sides of the same coin. When you base
Yeah,
your life off belief and you base your life off unbelief, you see, there's greater things than just believing and unbelieving. You don't always have to believe things for it to be true, and you don't have to disbelieve something even if you don't agree with it. Sometimes you can just be indifferent and just focus on what you know and what you don't know. When it comes to what I accept as truth, which is the definition of belief, I'm indifferent about things that I don't know. But when I know, then I'm sure. I don't have to believe.
yeah. Your case is a bit different because everyone asks for proof, but for you, like even if you had proof, like even if God appeared in front of you, you still wouldn't believe until he passed your test. But
Yeah, because you're asking me in a hypothetical way. So
yeah,
hypothetically, bro, in a world where God can appear to me, there's no way that I'm not a God myself in that world. So hell yeah, I'm not gonna accept him because he's gonna have to prove that he's better than me.
oh, yeah. Well,
Imagine
whether
that. Because right now you're giving me a hypothetical, which is good because that means that we understand that it hasn't happened yet. And let's not assume as though it happens. But you were saying, what if God was to appear to you? I'm willing to go down that road because in that realm, there's no limitation to me.
yeah, well, it's yeah, well, whether you believe God exists or not, he is by definition immaterial and transcendent. He's
Imaginary.
immaterial. Yeah, well, he's immaterial because he's not composed of physical matter, not made of material stuff like you and me.
Well, we've never seen anything we've never experienced anything in our reality which is not made up of matter, which is
Yeah,
not just a
well,
concept. If anything
yeah,
that is not made out of matter is a concept.
yeah, I agree. But since it's just said that God is transcendent, he exists beyond space and time.
Yes, and those are called concepts, ideas, principles. Principles and ideas transcend time because they are things that only exist in the imaginary realm of existence. Let me show you. Let me show you based on the definition of imagination. I don't know if you were following earlier when I read it. The
Um,
noun, imagination as a noun is defined as the faculty or action of forming new ideas or images or concepts of external objects not present to the senses. So anything that is not available to your five senses, the only other place where those things can dwell is in your imagination. So if God is not something that we can see within our five senses, it's because God only lives in our imagination.
in a
That's why I
way,
said nobody. That's why I said no one can prove me wrong, because you can't tell me or show me anything about God that you didn't imagine.
well, the only thing that we can show you that's outside of it, because we didn't make this up, it came from something, and that's the Bible, obviously. But when we try searching for God, we can't expect to find direct physical scientific evidence for his existence within space and time.
Because God is an imaginary idea. That's why you can't find it within space and time, because it's an imagination, bro. Just like you can't. So no one can know what Bakanga is unless I tell them, because that stuff is in my head, in my imagination, right? So if I don't tell you what Bakanga is, how would you ever know? So God is also a being that lives in people's heads. And if people don't tell you who their God is, you never know.
Yeah, yeah, I sort of get where you're coming from, but how can I phrase this?
Hey, bro,
Um,
at least you're nicer than that guy in the comment section that is saying that
yeah,
satanic lie.
no, no. I don't agree with what because some Christians just try to discredit people that question God, and they
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't belittle them because you're questioning God. Yet you can't understand. It's not like we're not trying to I feel like that anger in the comments just stems from how you how you sort of mocked like who we believe in ish earlier. Like you said that he's like you're better than him or something like that. I don't know, but I think that's just why they're
I
angry.
mean, I'll never shy away from that. I think I'm better than the Christian God, the way they imagine him. Because if I was in his place, I would have saved everybody in the days of Noah just by coming down in the clouds with my skirt. Because I think that angels wear skirts, right? Oh, yeah. But anyway,
Uh, don't think so, if I'm being honest. But
Oh,
yeah,
no, like the clothes that people used to wear back in the day, like men used to wear.
yeah,
Thing
yeah.
that, yeah.
They're they're
So
called
if
tunics.
if I would have saved, I would never have kicked Adam and Eve out. I would have just kept the devil out and let Adam and Eve go about. And then maybe for another million years, they would have had children. The children would have been in the garden. Then I'd be like, hey, y'all know there's this tree over there that I was even wondering. Y'all, that's what I would have done. I think the world would be a far better place if Adam and Eve never left the garden. And any God that could not make sure that happens, yeah, bro, I'm better than you, bro.
Yeah.
I'm,
Wait. So
no, I'm not trying to say that your God is not great and mighty. I'm just saying that I'm better than him. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. I thought, is your argument like, oh, why doesn't God save people dying every day?
Yes. And my argument is that the fact that he doesn't do that, no matter what justification you give, is evidence that he is not able to, because we can't rewind time. So he can't do anything to prove to us that he was able to save those people. And his inability to save those people shows that he's not worthy of our trust or expectations, because people only depend on God anyways because they're afraid. People don't want to go to hell. It is fear that makes people think that there is a God. If you're not afraid, you won't need to call the police when you hear gunshots. You call the police because you're scared. You call a higher power because you're scared. You believe in a higher power because you're scared. It is fear. Anyone that overcomes that fear becomes a Bakanga.
Yeah. So, okay, then can I ask you what you think happens after death?
Sure.
Okay. What? Yeah. Then what happens? After when you die, what happens, or what do you believe happens then?
As far as we know, the things we understand about this world and the observations that we've observed and even the ideas we have conceived in our minds, when we put all those things together, there is only one truth. There is no happening after death. Nothing happens. You cannot use the word happen to describe anything after death. Death means the season of happenings. Happenings come to an end. There's a beginning to happenings and an end to happenings. There's no more happenings. So nothing happens after we die. You can imagine heaven if you want to, no problem. You can even imagine hell if you want, no problem. Those things would all be nothing after you die. Because that's the whole essence of death. That's the point of death. If there was anything that comes after death, death wouldn't be death. It would just be sleep. Just be a pause. Nothing happens after death. And that's the most joyful thing, to understand that, listen, at the end of the day, this life that you're living, from your perspective, it truly has no consequences. Life has no consequences because of death. Death is an equalizer. It makes the saint equal to the devil. It equalizes everything. It brings all things to nothing.
So
then, death is the anti-God. Death is the very evidence that God doesn't exist. If we want to look at the objective reality, if God existed, there will be no death. The way religious people make it seem. The existence of death is proof that nothing is eternal. And human beings have always known this. This exists in every indigenous culture. Nothing is forever. The only thing that is left after a person dies is that their remains goes on to be part of another transformation. For example, the tree turns to dust and your bones turn to dust. And it serves to be the foundation for somebody's house 1,000 years after.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you're aware of like Jesus' story and like how he died and stuff. But
I'm very aware with the Christian narrative. I was one for 25 years.
Oh wow, okay, then I'm sure
a fervent believer, fervent, not fake, real believer.
Okay, well, yeah, we don't live in fear because that has a lot to do with faith. If you're aware of what that is,
faith, according to Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1, the substance of things hoped for and evidence of things not seen. That's the one place in the Bible where faith is actually given a definition. Substance of things that you hope, and then evidence of things that you can't see. So there is the word substance and there is the word evidence in the definition of faith. So even according to the definition of the Bible by itself, what Christians call faith is not really faith, because if your faith lacks substance and evidence, it's not real. So you can't tell me that the fact that I can't see it is because I believe in faith. No. When you see it, then you believe in faith because you have seen it. Faith is not for you to believe because you didn't see. Faith is you believe, you use faith when you see. So believing is not as harmful after you have evidence as it is before you have evidence. If you believe in something because it has been proven to be so, then you can put your faith in that thing. But if you believe in something that has not been proven yet, that's questionable, and you choose to put your faith in that thing, how do you expect not to get disappointed?
Yeah, I have the Bible doesn't contradict itself, but I do have Hebrews chapter 11 verse 6 or verse 7. And without faith it is impossible to please him, for he who comes to God must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of those who seek him. Without
Okay,
faith,
why is it that you begin that statement by saying the Bible doesn't contradict itself? Have you read the whole Bible from the beginning to the end, looked at it from every possible conceivable angle, and come to the solid final conclusion that it cannot contradict itself? Or is that just a presumption?
I won't lie and say that I've read the whole Bible, if I'm being honest.
Right.
But
So you're presuming based on your experience up to this point that it has no contradiction because you haven't found one yet.
Essentially.
Okay. But it's not as though there might not be one. There could be, but you haven't found it. So you're not going to assume that there is until you find one.
Has anyone found any contradictions? I know that in the Quran, what contradictions are there?
So okay, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
According to your Christian belief, is God's love unconditional?
Yes.
Then why does anyone need to do anything for God to do his job?
God
there
gave
shouldn't be any conditions to go to heaven if God's love is unconditional. You don't need to believe, you don't need to be righteous. You literally would simply only need to exist. You don't even need to exist to go to heaven if God's love is unconditional. Unconditional means God needs nothing from you in order to do what he's going to do. Meaning that he's going to let you live on earth, you're going to suffer, then he's going to take you to heaven eventually. He'll work everything out for you. You don't have to do anything. You simply need to do what you want to do and don't worry about anything else.
Yes,
but if God's love is conditional, then it's different. If God's love is conditional, then that means that there's something that we need to do to meet that condition in order to earn God's love.
Yes, but God is also fair. He put us on this earth for a reason, because I feel like what's the purpose of life if you're saying that we were just born to die? Is our purpose death?
Yeah. What if God is, listen, you see, this, you guys are assuming, right? You like to give God human qualities. What if God is just some messed up being up there? He's just trying to see what death is like because he never died. So he's like, I'm going to make something that dies, but I'm going to make it so worthy and that when it dies, it's going to be a type of pain because I'm craving that pain. Like, if you're God, bro, like we talk about drugs, bro, if there's a God, a being, there's just an entity that's been around forever, that entity must do drugs because, come on, man, imagine how long that is. But anyways, God could literally be up there just watching human beings being born and dying, and he's just watching, he's just observing, just like we watch waves come and go. It means nothing to him. It means nothing to him. In fact, if he's eternal, it means nothing to him. If God is eternal, we mean nothing to him. He's not compelled to love us or to like us. In fact, it's far-fetched to even think he loves us.
Yeah,
to even claiming that God loves us and God is an almighty being doesn't need to love. Love is a product of weakness. Only weak beings love themselves. Go into any realm of power. Wherever there is power, there's no love. Go and sit in the G5. Go and sit in the G5 among the greatest nations on earth, right? Look at the forces of nature. When a tornado meets land, something gives. There's no love. There's no balance. There's none of that when you're dealing with power. If there is truly a God, he's not loving no human beings. And what we call love is not even anything he can even understand because he can't come down to our level. So all this logical question, it just proves that whoever wrote Christianity did not know some of the things that we know about reality in 2022. Whoever designed this religion was living in an age where human knowledge was still very limited.
Yes. We believe that the reason why we die is because of sin. When Jesus died on the cross, he saves us from eternal condemnation. And you're right, God doesn't need us, but we need him, which is why he'll still love you and he'll forgive you. Even
Why do we need God? Do the animals and plants need God too?
they don't have souls, so
How
I
do you know they
would
don't have souls?
because what? Huh? Wait, why don't plants have souls?
Yeah. I wonder if the soul is not something you can see, if it's not something you can even know that there is there, how do you know that animals don't have souls when we see that the engineering and principles that govern their being is the same as ours? They do everything we do. They just don't do it to the level that we do, but they do everything we do. Just like the bees build the beehive and the termites build the termite hill. Human beings build houses. Gorillas build their encampments. Like everything in the world is working the same way. Why would you assume that we are the only creatures with eyes that have souls, but everything else that has eyes, has a brain, has a heart that's beating, that's engineered as us, they don't have souls? Why would anyone assume that?
Well, the definition of soul is the spiritual or immaterial parts of a human being or
Or
animal.
the immaterial part of a living being. A living being.
Or,
A human being is not the only being.
yeah, no, humans and animals, because God gave us dominion over animals and plants for us to use
No,
them.
okay. But when you say God gave you dominion, that's not a factual statement, right? That's just your opinion, which is questionable because there's no evidence that God gave us dominion over any animal. If that's the case, then if you put a man one-on-one with a lion in the cage, that man should have dominion over that lion. But we don't see that in nature. Men only have dominion over animals because we go to war with them and we have better weapons of warfare. But when they come at us like mosquitoes, guess what? Plagues. We don't have dominion over them. We haven't eradicated the world of disease. Disease is bacteria and viruses. All those things are animals that have power over us. So, I mean,
Yes.
that's the problem with religion, right? Religion puts man in a category, it makes man feel special. And yet, our reality that we observe shows us that if you put a human being right here and let him grow to his prime and kill him in his prime, and the same thing for an animal, they disappear in the same exact way. Eventually, that humans will forget about that human. Eventually, the animals will forget about that animal. And time goes on, that person vanishes in the memories of time. And life continues. No one is important. Nothing in this realm is more important. The first principle of Bakanga is you don't see living beings as animals, humans, or anything. Nothing is nothing, right? Everything is what it is. And unless you are something, you cannot fully know what it is. The only way to fully know what something is to become it. If not, you will only ever know in part.
Okay. So I'm just trying to contextualize. So I heard you talking about the Big Bang earlier as well. Or the start of the universe. Let's try and agree on two premises. So the first premise, everything that starts to exist has a cause. Do you agree?
And that cause is an effect of a previous cause. Yep.
Cool. So then my second premise would be that the universe began to exist.
You can assume that. That's fine. The only way you can get that information is imaginary. The true answer and the truest answer is that you don't know, I don't know. Anything else is speculation. That's fine.
Okay. Well, the conclusion would be that the universe has a cause. That's what we believe, and that's what your theory believes, if you believe in that.
I don't believe anything about the origins of the universe. The origins of the universe to me is the same thing as speculating about Superman. Like you just wouldn't know. And there is nowhere in reality where you will ever travel back in time to go and know. You could speculate, you could pick what makes sense to you. Good, that's fine. But nobody knows. I mean, it's chilling, it's really cold beer to drink, but nobody knows. Not your Bible, not the Quran. It wasn't God. You don't know. You don't know. Like you truly don't know. There are some things in this world that we truly, truly don't know. And that's one of those things. We don't know anything about how human beings came, or if there was a first human being or not, if black people and white people even have the same engineers or what. We don't know. We can make up all. Go into every human brain, you will find out a reality, an imagination about that. It's just something that's left up to the imagination. Yes, you understand? And that shows you the lack of intelligent creation, right? Because if there was an intelligence, that intelligence will keep a credible form for us to know our true origins. The fact that there's no way for us to know, but to imagine, that shows you that this is not the work of an intelligent. This is literally coincidence. Where something happens, and things put themselves in a specific order, and a specific pattern just repeats itself over and over and over and over and over and over on a very grand scheme, on a very grand scheme.
Yes, but yeah. Well, I thought that you wouldn't care about what you don't. Do you care about what you don't know?
No,
Like, because there's a lot of things that we
no,
can't
I don't care about what I don't know.
You don't? Okay. Well, the two premises that I said earlier are widely accepted today, because unless you're saying that the universe was eternal, it always existed, it
What I'm
started.
saying is that there is no such thing as the universe.
No, I'm just saying, like, it either has always existed or it started to exist, and when it started
Right.
to exist, it has a cause, right?
You would have to first of all, okay, bro. When you say universe, whatever you mean as universe is not real. You are imagining it, and whatever I mean as universe is probably not what you mean as universe. No matter how much we try to make our definitions to match each other, because this is not something that we have a sample of in reality. It's something that is left up to our imagination. So when we talk about universe, we're already speculating. So how can we determine for a fact that something that is a speculation is real or not? Until we're sure that we're not speculating, then okay, there's really a universe. No, what if there are multi-universe? What if there's 5 universes or 6 universes, 7 universes?
Well, yeah, we don't know that, but
what if there's an omniverse that gave birth to the universe? What if there is a supremiverse? What if there is a everyverse? I come from the nothing verse. That's where I find myself. Where I'm at is the nothing verse.
I just find it impossible to believe that we are here by coincidence, that this was all,
and that phenomenon is an indication to the limitation of your thinking capacity. That shows you your limitation. That shows you your boundary. Just like you can't imagine what it's like to leap up a building that is 30 foot tall. You can't imagine.
Yeah.
For you, it's just not possible because that's your physical limitation.
Yeah, it's either we can't prove it, or no, we can't believe it. Like, we can't believe that this is all an accident or whatever, or random, or we believe that something else, actually some intelligent life form created it. That's why there's so many, like, there's so many other gods that other people believe in. Because
okay, I want to do something. Okay, I want you to imagine outer space. Can you imagine outer space?
In a way, yes.
Okay, form an image of the outer space in your mind right now as we're speaking. And then in that outer space, there's nothing. Like, it's literally empty. But that emptiness itself is a fluid that is known as jelly. So imagine outer space, but imagine it that it's made out of a fluid called jelly. And in that fluid, there is one circular object called a planet that is just floating. But it looks circular from a distance. But when you get close to it, it's really a square object. And there's this tiny little petty little movement all over it. You're not sure what it is. Picture all of this in your mind. And then there's this weird thing that keeps happening where all this bunch of little movements, they come together, and after a little bit, they all lay down. You know, it's like they come together to play, and then they all lay back down on the ground. But you see red everywhere, red substance. I wonder, they do it a lot. But just imagine that. I wonder what that is. Now, my question to you is, all those images that you formed in your mind as I was talking, where did they come from?
Nothing.
So something can come out of nothing.
Well, I get what you mean, but we can't really compare that to the creation of the universe.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can, brother. Actually, it is simplistic because even when we talk about the creation of the universe, it happens in the same realm of imagination. The problem is that we have a little bit of logic in there, right? When we are using things that are already existing in our reality, but it's all imaginary. You can't go through it without using your imagination. The creation of the universe is not in a different, distinguished a realm of information as atoms or protons. Nah, It's just something that we're curious about that we don't know. The creation of the universe is, first of all, a fallacy. Who is assuming that the universe was created? You're beginning with a false premise. Have we proven yet that have we proven that anything was created? No one is yet to prove that anything was created. We're just assuming. We're using the word create to assume. This could literally be, the entirety of existence could literally be a jelly-like being or some type of fluid that just keeps changing shape. And it's literally the same thing in of itself. You know, it could literally be that. There's something that's eternal, you know, something that's just there. Is what's changed? The change, there's no change outside of it, but it's changes inside its stomach. And its stomach is what we witness around us. And there's all types of things that you can imagine that make sense because we don't know. But until we know for a fact, until somebody comes and give us real evidence and say, this is the way, then we can be like, okay, we can't really argue this evidence. But until then, we can't do that.
Yeah, well.
Any questions for me, Mom, bro? I really appreciate you, bro. I wish I could talk to you forever, but I do need to get other guests. So you got any last thing to say?
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say that just because we can't fathom like the truth doesn't mean that we can't believe in it. Because
no, I'm not saying don't believe in it, but if you believe in something you can't fathom, then you're probably deceived. Because the only things you need to believe in without fathoming are lies. But the truth will always provide evidence and give you a reason to believe in it. That's the difference between truth and lie. Truth would always give you a reason to believe, and lies would always expect you to believe for no reason.
Oh, okay. That's what I originally thought that Bakanga was, but maybe not. I don't understand, so sorry.
It's okay.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Thank you, bro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bakanga Land.
How are you doing? So, hello.
In the name of the Lord.
Hello, can you get me? Hold on.
Somebody get Bakanga a new mic. The Spirit of the Lord is telling me that somebody just got a $5,000 bonus at work. So we are now declaring that you should invest that bonus in the life of Bakanga Shady Baba Shekere. Damn. I guess it's not working after all, so I'm not really. Damn. Jeez. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Never mind, yo. Sorry about that. I apologize. What's going on, bro?
Okay, bro. Okay, I have just one question to ask you. You have literally, according to your belief, you believe that from nothing we can materialize something. So, can you just like in our normal daily life, can you prove that where nothing came to make something?
Yes.
Give us one example, please. Imagination. Right. What happens in imagination realm remains in imagination realm. Like you have taken our brother through an imagination state. Did what was built there become reality? Like what you made him imagine? Did it become reality because he imagined it?
All right. I rebuke the demon of interrupting my mic in the name of Jesus. Any satanic power attacking my never mind. My microphone is misbehaving. I think the Holy Spirit is trying to shut me up. The Holy Spirit is trying to silence me. But go ahead and say what you were saying again, bro. I told you your imagination, because everything you experience is in your imagination, and your imagination makes images out of nothing.
Okay, I was asking you a question. Like you took our brother through an imagination realm. You made him imagine.
Yes.
Of course, the things you are making him imagine were material things. You did not come up with concepts that were not there before. But now my question is not about the material things you are using. My question comes around to
Hold up.
Yeah,
Whoa, you say I was using what?
material things we know that they already exist. You did not just make something out
So
of
you know,
blur, something
so you know that space is made out of jelly.
space is entirely, you can talk of space because you know space exists, right?
So space exists.
You talk of
Which space?
what is space? Can you define space? Can dictionary define space?
Yeah, dictionary has definition for space.
Now it means that it exists, right? Because you cannot define something that does not exist.
No, not necessarily. It means that we have an idea of what we think it is. We have named it, but it doesn't guarantee that it exists just because there's a definition for it.
Okay. Now, if we have idea of it, doesn't it justify it that it exists? Can you have an idea of something that is not there? Like, can you have idea of nothing?
Yes.
Bro, come on.
In your imagination, hold up. Do you think Santa Claus exists? Does Santa Claus exist?
Can you describe Santa Claus to us? Give us specific features of
Santa Claus is a white man that is wearing a red dress, and he has flying reindeers that fly in the air.
So basically, if I was to dress up that way and move out in the streets, I become Santa Claus, right?
No. You don't just become Santa Claus by doing it, because you still need to run in the sky with your reindeers.
So
if not, we'll just call you a fake. If we don't see you running the clouds, we'll just call you a fake. We'll just call you a fake.
Brother, listen my point. The idea already exists. Now the aspect of nothingness is not there.
No, the idea exists only in the imagination. For example, are you telling me that Superman exists?
Somebody already created Superman, so he exists.
And did that person create Superman in the imagination? And is that person God?
I'm not talking about God. We are getting
No.
there.
You said somebody created Superman, right? You said Superman exists and somebody created Superman, right?
Yeah.
How did that person create Superman? How did that person create Superman?
He was an ideologist, a cartoonist.
So you're telling me that somebody created Superman. Somebody created Superman using their imagination.
Yeah, very true.
So did Superman come out of nothing? Where did Superman come from? In the imagination.
Was created. Wait. Superman was created from the already existing ideas of a perfect human being who is somehow immortal. These are aspects that are already there.
No. That's not what Superman is. Superman is not a human. Is not a perfect human being who's immortal.
Yeah, who is Superman to you?
You need to go and read the scriptures of Superman to understand before you can worship Lord Superman. Because I think you believe in Superman, but you don't even know who Superman is. The idea have nothing to do with it, right? Because what I'm telling to you is that God and everything lives in your imagination. God only exists in your imagination. That means that when you open your mouth and you begin to tell us about God, that God is only in your imagination. Allah is only in your imagination. Jesus is only in your imagination. Outside of your imagination, you will not find God. You will not find Allah.
I've asked you a question, but you've not responded. The question was, give me one scenario in daily life where nothing materialized something, i.e.,
imagination. Ideas are born out of nothing.
Ideas are born from something.
What is? Tell me. Okay, hold up. Do you think that ideas are real?
Yeah.
Do you think that ideas are real?
Ideas are real, very real, very.
What is the shape? What is the shape of an idea?
What is the shape of air? Is air not real?
What is the shape of an idea?
The shape of air. Is air not real?
air takes the molecular structure of whatever particle composes the air. So you can see it through by understanding electrons and protons, right? To know its shape. Now, I'm asking you again, and don't change. Listen. Answer my question. What is the shape of an idea? I don't want you to ask me a question. I want you to tell me. If you don't think that ideas come out of nothing, tell me what the shape of an idea, because I'm telling you that ideas have no shape. Ideas have no shape because they come out of nothing.
Yeah.
Because they come out of nothing.
Who told you that if something is shapeless?
Okay, so if ideas come out of something, tell me what the shape of idea is. What is the shape of an idea?
They are shapeless. If something is shapeless,
what does shapeless mean? What does shapeless mean?
It doesn't have a predefined shape. That's the basic.
Why does it not have a predefined shape? Why does it not have a predefined shape?
Because it doesn't. Okay, what do you want me to tell you for real? Because I don't know how something lacking shape makes it nothing. You know? How does something lacking shape make it nothing?
How?
Do feelings have shape? Does electricity have shape?
And has shape. You never heard a picture of a thing? Everything has shape, unless things that you imagine. No. Only your imagination.
Give me the shape of feeling.
Because it's frequency. I will answer that when you tell me the shape of ideas.
I have told you ideas are shapeless, meaning they don't have any shape. They don't.
So why do they not have any shape? That's what I want to know. Why do they not have shape?
Bro. Okay, let's.
Yes, if you cannot answer that question to me, I'm not answering your question. Tell me, why do ideas have no shape? Because listen, this is my answer to you. Ideas have no shape because they come out of nothing. Things that come out of nothing have no shape.
Then I've asked you a simple question. Where
is your question going to be about ideas? Don't change the topic.
You asked me the shape of ideas. I told you.
Why do ideas have no shape? That's what I'm asking you. Why do ideas have no shape?
Because they are simply ideas.
Okay, fine. Tell me, what's the shape of God?
I've never seen God. I can't tell you the shape of God.
God has no shape, right?
No, I've never seen him, so I don't know.
Oh, so how do you know God exists?
Exactly. No.
How do you know that God exists?
I'm answering you. Don't cut me. Let me just answer you, then you will cut me short. In the material world that I live in, behind every program, there's always a programmer. Behind any aspect of materializing, anything being formed, there's always somebody behind the formation. Behind any program, there's a programmer. So by the fact that this world came into existence and it's perfectly running in a certain systemized order, it means that a superior being somewhere is in control of it.
And that is the mentality of a 5-month-old baby.
No. Why? Okay, give me your reason there is no God.
So you say that because the world is working in perfect order. Have you ever seen the world? Hold up, relax. Have you seen the world working in perfect order, or are you just imagining that the world is working in perfect order? Did you see the world being formed? Oh, hold up. Did you see the world being formed, or are you imagining that the world was formed?
So the world just came out of nothing.
Yeah, it came out of your brain because you are just imagining it. You were not there when the world was being formed. You don't know if the world was formed by some God. You are imagining it. You are imagining in your brain. You're imagining in your brain that a God created the world. It's your imagination. You don't know. You are
So
not
in
there.
reality, there's no world. In reality, we are living
In reality,
a
there's no world.
hallucinating.
Exactly.
So
In
we are
reality,
like
there's no
people
world
high
because
on cocaine or on marijuana or something. This life we are living in, we are like zombies on marijuana or cocaine because it's not reality, it's imaginations.
everything
Is
you
that what you
say
are
is
trying
your
to say?
imagination.
So we are literally hallucinating beings on marijuana.
Why do you saying speak for yourself?
You said everything in this world is imagination.
And can you say that to me without using your imagination? Talk to me without using your imagination.
Bro, this reality.
No. Hold on.
Don't.
Talk to me. Hold on, my friend. Talk to me without using your imagination. Just say something. Say something to us or do something without whatever you do. Just make sure you don't use your imagination. Do it.
What is imagination to you? Let's start from that point. You know, you maybe you don't know even what
Brother,
you're talking about. What is imagination to you?
Brother, forget about that question that you just asked me right now. It's useless because you're ignoring my question. I said, do something to us without using your imagination. Say something, do something without using your imagination.
Imagine logic. You don't need imagination
brother,
to logically pass points.
Okay. So how about you try to pass your point to us without using your imagination?
Where does logic and imagination first of all come to contact?
In the imagination? Logic lives in the imagination?
Logic and imagination.
Logic lives in the imagination.
Brother, now you are okay. You are just messed up.
Okay, let me explain it to you. Let me give you the definition. Listen. This is a dictionary definition of the word imagination. The faculty or the action of forming ideas or images or concepts of external objects not present to the senses. So anything you cannot see with your five senses, listen. Anything you cannot see with your five senses, you have to imagine.
Go read the definition of logic in the dictionary.
Bro, did you hear what I just said about imagination? Did you hear what I just said about imagination?
I heard. Now go read the
Okay, then repeat it after me. If you listen, repeat what I just said. If you can repeat it, we'll continue talking. If you cannot, then we end the conversation. Thank you for your time. Go ahead. Tell me what did I just say about imagination?
Imagination is anything basically formed out of material things. You are forming it in your brain.
Okay.
I can't say it.
Thank you for your time. Okay.
I'm not a genius.
Thank you for your time. Okay, brother. Thank you for your time. Talk to you next time. Okay.
Okay. you know the truth, but you're hiding.
You're not listening. That's not what I said.
No,
you failed drastically.
You know
I just read to you. I read to you the dictionary definition of imagination, and I did not say anything about material things. So thank you for your time. I'll go on to the next guest. I appreciate you. Okay. Bye.
No.
If you're gonna ask me a question, you better be able to tell me what I said. You're not listening. God only exists in your imagination. If you are coming up here, you better be coming here to prove me wrong. If not, you have to acknowledge that you can't prove me wrong.
Bro.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for sharing a lot of your side of view of this world. I'll start with one question. Hope you're ready.
I'm always ready.
Okay. So, can you see air?
Yes.
You can see air?
Yes.
What kind of shape is it?
It swirls in swirling motions, moving objects around. So it goes in a spiral.
What kind of
spiraling swirl
shapes?
Yes, it goes it's like in a whirlpool. You ever seen like a tornado? Yeah, and it's transparent too. And then it's also got horns.
So you're going to be the first man who can see air.
No, everybody can see air. Anyone that cannot see air is blind.
Only
blind people cannot see
yourself.
air. Only a blind man cannot see air. Anybody whose
Joseph,
eye
no
is
one
working,
can see
if your eye
air.
is working, you can see air and you can see that it's transparent, like a glass.
Yes, I am one of them that I'm telling you that you are the first person in the whole world who can see air. So, which
No,
means
I'm
you can
telling you
imagine it,
that,
isn't it?
and I'm telling you that any human being who cannot see air is a blind man. So when you say I'm the first person, you're lying. I'm not the first person. Even you can see air.
I can't see. I already told you
Yes,
that.
you can see
Why
air.
are you
What you're
that I
saying
can
is
see
that air is transparent. It's not that we cannot see air. It's that air is transparent. You people you guys really think you're so smart, but you're not smart. Air is transparent like water. When you look at transparent water, you can see the rocks, you can see the fish in the water, but it's not as if you cannot see the water just because the water is transparent. You can see the air. The air is just transparent. You should not be able to see an object. You see, I should not be able to see my hand if there was no space between the hand and my eye. The space between my eye and my between my hand and my eye is air. This space right here is air.
Right.
And look, I can even make myself confirm if there's air. Check this out by blowing the air to my skin. So look, when I move my hand like this, something is moving. My hand is pushing something towards my face, and I can feel the temperature change. And by feeling that temperature change, I activate my other five sense, my sense of feeling, and that confirms what I'm seeing with my eyes. That is how you see air. Anybody can see air.
You said you can. You said okay, you can see air, which means it has shape. Can you chew that air? Can you chew it?
Ah. I can chew the air. I can sniff the air. I can do anything with air. Look at it. Look. Yeah. It sounds like a tornado, huh?
You're very interesting, man. Very interesting, man. So
what do you mean? You asked me if I can chew air. I just chewed air for you. I swallowed it. It kind of tastes. It has a funny taste. It tastes like water, like transparent water. Go ahead.
So
what's your next question?
Which means you can taste air. Okay.
I can taste it now.
Imagine.
That's why when somebody releases gas in the room, you can tell that somebody released gas. What is gas? Gas is air. Eh? How do you tell that somebody released gas? Exactly. So what's your next question?
So my next question is, in all that you have said, which means you can imagine air, isn't it?
Of course.
And how could you imagine air? Because we know you said you can imagine air. What kind of air do you imagine?
I mean, the same way you are imagining it right now when you're talking to me. What image forms in your mind when you say air?
I can't imagine air. It's only blank.
If you cannot imagine air, you cannot talk about it. You cannot talk to me about something you cannot imagine. You have an image in your mind when you say air. Okay, hold up. Let me do an experiment with you right now. Take a deep breath. Inhale. Follow me right now. Inhale. And then exhale. Then close your eyes. I'm going to say a word. I'm going to say a word. When I say a word, tell me the first image that comes to your mind. The word is air. What's the first image that comes to your mind?
I'm only imagining the sound of what you've said to me, air. I'm not imagining the shape of air.
When I say air, what is the first image that comes to your mind?
The sound, what you just said, air. Actually, you are the one I'm imagining saying air.
Did you imagine something when I said air?
Yeah, it was you saying air.
Okay, good. That means I'm air. So you might as well call me God, Lord Supreme, because I'm like air to you.
All right. Let me tell you something about the God of the Bible.
You can't tell me anything about the God of the Bible that I don't already know.
That's okay. Then which means nothing is new that I'm going to bring to you. Actually, it'll be even faster.
No, I'm telling you that be careful not to misquote it. Because you Christian, you like to play this bamboozle. You think that some people are ignorant. I'm not ignorant about the Bible. So don't even play that. If not, I'll begin to preach to you.
You begin to convert me.
I will tell you what the Bible says. In the name of Jesus. Lightning and thunder. Go ahead.
Anyways, the God of the Bible, we all know that he's someone who's spirit. So you can't hold
on. We all know. How do we all know that?
Dude. Okay. My correction. I know the God of the Bible is spirit.
How did you
From
know
the
that?
Bible, what it
Did
says.
you know that because you
From the
saw it, or
Bible.
did you know it because you imagine it?
No. All my proof is from the Bible. It's there.
Do you imagine it? Did you imagine it?
I told you the God of the Bible is spirit. Can you imagine spirit?
Okay. How
tell
do you
me.
know that the God of the Bible is a spirit?
From the Bible.
So you had to imagine that he's a spirit, right? Because just because something is in a book doesn't mean it's true, right?
Wait. I don't disagree.
No.
With
Hold
the Bible
on, bro. It's just like Superman. Let us agree. Just because something is in a book doesn't mean it's true, right?
Let me ask you.
No. Don't ask me
again,
anything. Just answer my question. Just because something is in the book does not mean it's true, right?
It's true.
So if something is in the book, it means it's true?
From the Bible, from other Bible, that's
no,
false.
bro. The Bible is not different from other books, and I don't want you to be deluded. I don't know your level of education, but I'm really hoping that you have a high level of education to know that books is just a medium to transmit information. A book does not prove that something is true or not. A book just contains information. When you read a book, does it mean it is true when you read a book?
Let me prove you that the Bible is not. Yes,
brother.
Yes,
I don't need for you to prove anything. I need for you to answer my question. When something is written in a book, does it mean it's true just because it's written in a book?
It depends on which book.
Okay, good. Now, if it depends on which book, how do you know that what a book is saying is true?
If you look at, let me say, why I can say that it's true, if you also see it in reality, it's also happening. Because whatever is in the Bible, you also can reflect from in reality that it's also happening.
Give me one. Give me. Actually, I'm not go too easy on you. Give me 3 things in the Bible that actually happen in our reality. Give me only 3 things.
Okay, it says about people who are sexually immoral. Isn't that happening? It talks about those who say
hold up. What is sexual immorality? What is sexual immorality?
Anyone who's like practice sexual immorality before marriage, you do.
So you're telling me that people did not used to sleep around before marriage, before the Bible was written? People did not used to do that?
Let me ask you, when was the Bible written?
Bro, are you telling me that people did not used to commit sexual immorality before the Bible was written?
Yeah, they used to.
Okay, so we don't need the Bible to know that information. So the Bible is not giving us new information. It's just copying reality and giving us information to try to make itself seem credible. Tell me anything in the Bible that is true because of the Bible. Tell me anything in the Bible that is true because it's written in the Bible. Because I can tell you that everything that's written in the Bible, it's either fantasy or it is plagiarization of things that already existed.
About what the Bible is, why the Bible is different from other books.
Brother.
Would you know that?
Listen to me.
The Bible.
I don't want you to be deluded, okay? I don't want you to be up here being deluded, thinking that 337 people talking to you, that we were born on a planet called Mars. We don't know about the Bible. You cannot tell us anything about the Bible that we don't already know. You need to have enough intelligence to be able to understand that simple point. If you're going to make points, don't just regurgitate what your pastor told you. Give us new information. Give us fruitful information.
I can give you many scriptures in the Bible.
I am asking you, the information that you read in the Bible, is it true because you can see it in reality, or is it true because you imagine it? And if it's true because you can see in reality, tell us something in reality that is true that we don't know any other way, that we can only know it if we read the Bible. Tell me something in reality that is only true because we got it from the Bible. Tell me one thing that we cannot learn somewhere else that we need the Bible for.
It's about what sin is, what God is.
What is sin? What is sin? What is sin? What is sin?
Let's go from Adam and Eve.
Bro,
when they disobeyed
what is
God's
sin?
command. What was that?
What is sin?
Sin?
What is sin?
Sin is anything that disobeys God's command.
Okay, how do you know that God gave you a commandment?
It's from the Bible. Do not.
How do you know? But how do you know that somebody did not just make it up?
I tell you why the Bible is not made up.
How do you know, bro? Bro,
let me prove
how
you.
do you
I'm
know
proving
that
you.
a human being did not make it up?
Yes, let me prove you. Are you going to give me that time? I prove you.
Bro, how do you know that a human being did not make up the Bible? Don't begin. Just speak.
I
Speak.
Yes. Let me explain from the Bible. You see the prophets of God, the ones who are writing the Bible, the message wasn't theirs. How? You see the prophet Daniel, they gave me a lot of visions that he wrote. How comes that his visions connect with the same person who was a servant of Jesus Christ after many years? Same message.
Bro, you see why? Do you see why I keep telling you that?
Different
I don't know your level of
generations,
intelligence,
same
right?
message.
Don't you know that if I write a book about the past, I can make anything happen true? If the person who wrote the Bible was written in 300 years BC, right? By the Romans, right? What they did was they just wrote a story and they used historical context. So they wrote a story about Daniel that never happened. And then they wrote another story about John and connect the story about John to the story about Daniel. It doesn't prove that it's from God. It does not prove that the Bible is from
What
God.
does the Bible
What
says?
is the
What the
evidence?
Bible
No,
says
listen, brother,
is
you're
the
just
one.
wasting my time, right? Because you're not giving me straight answers. What is the evidence that God gave the Bible?
The evidence I told you everything that
Where is the
these
evidence
prophets
that
wrote.
God gave humanity the Bible?
Everything that
If
they
you don't know,
wrote
say you don't know.
wasn't their message. I've given you
Where
the answer.
is the evidence? Where is the evidence that God gave humanity the Bible? Just give us one proof that will silence everybody that questions the Bible. Give us one proof that God gave the Bible to humanity. One true proof. Don't just speak anything that comes to your head just because you think it's gonna make sense now, brother.
Do you
Don't
know
do
what
that.
the Bible is? The Bible contains what? It contains the word of God. What's that? It's from
How
who?
do
Isn't
you
it
know
from
that?
God?
How do you know that?
The Bible says that.
But give us proof outside of the Bible that confirms what the Bible says. You cannot just say the Bible says that. If you read Superman, Superman will tell you that Superman is real. Just because Superman says it's real doesn't mean it's true. And yet, when you go to Superman, if you go into the story of Superman, you will see New York City, you will see Gotham City, you will see Metropolis, you will see the President of the United States, you will even see planet Earth. Right?
Man,
all those things you can see them. You can see all those things in Superman.
Right now
but it doesn't mean. Hold up, brother.
Isn't it?
Hold up, brother. It doesn't mean it's true. And you've already proven my point. Talking with you is a waste of time because you're the type of person who doesn't really understand how the world works, right? God only lives in your imagination.
You're the man. You're the man.
God only lives in your imagination, right? And God, listen, bro. God only lives in your imagination. There's no God in this world that's real. And a person like you has never read the Bible, first of all. Have you ever read the Bible from beginning to the end?
Yes, and I can explain to you all.
Hold up. So you have read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation?
Indeed. I know that in Genesis, the beginning of creation.
Brother. So you're not lying to us?
Give me time, I'll explain to you.
No, I don't need you to explain. This question don't need explanation.
I can teach you right now the entire Bible.
This question means, okay, fine. I know that you can teach me the entire Bible. So I'm going to ask you a random question, right? When Jacob sent Joseph to bring food to his brothers that were keeping the sheep, where were they keeping the sheep?
Dude, I know that is the one that they
brother. I am testing your Bible knowledge. You say you read the Bible. You're either going to prove yourself right now to be a fraud, or you're going to prove yourself to be genuine.
Please.
Answer my question. Answer my question to prove how competent you are. If not, the conversation can end right here, bro. I'm not playing games with you.
Dude,
you think that this is funny?
Even if I prove you
when Jacob sent Joseph to take food to his brothers, where were his brothers at? All right, bro. So let me ask you another question. So you say you're a Christian, right? So you're a Christian, right? What country in Africa are you in?
Man, why would you want to know?
Okay, never mind. I want to know, what type of Christian are you? Are you a born again Christian? Are you a Pentecostal, or are you a Catholic?
Dude, I'm someone who's the body of Christ.
Oh, so you're the body of Christ. So you don't lie.
Yes.
You don't lie. Okay. Yes. When was the last time you masturbated? When was the last time you masturbated? When was the last time you masturbated?
I don't remember, but it was some time back.
No, tell us. You remember, bro? You are the body of Christ, and Christ knows all things. Is the Holy Spirit. I want you to use the Holy Spirit to remember the last time you did it and tell us. Are you married?
It teaches
Are you
all
married?
things of the Bible, not about
Are you
my
married?
life.
Are you married?
No, I'm still a youth actually.
So why are you masturbating before marriage? Does the Bible not say masturbation is a sin?
You tell me.
Are you a virgin? Are you a virgin?
It says about
are you a
sexual
virgin?
immorality, isn't it?
Are you a virgin, brother? Are you a virgin?
No.
So the man himself, you are the body of Jesus Christ, and you're not a virgin. Hey! So Jesus was there when you were losing your virginity?
Who did Jesus Christ come to die for?
I don't know, but certainly not you, because you have him in you, and you're still committing sexual immorality. Did Jesus not say in the Bible that if you love me, you will obey my commandments? How can you not obey Jesus' commandments? How can you claim to us that you are Jesus Christ, but you're not a virgin?
Let me tell you,
brother, when was the last time you had sex? Tell us, when was the last time you had sex?
No, I'll tell you that was something that you won't believe.
Brother, tell us now, when was the last time you had sex?
I'll tell you something that you won't believe.
Brother, tell me the last time you had sex. I want to know. I'm curious. I really want to learn from you, and I'm curious the last time you had sex.
Indeed, I also can't remember. It's a long time.
You. When was the last time you watched porn?
I told you. If you start
when was the last time you watched porn? Now, why are you silent of a reason? You kept wanting to explain yourself earlier. Now I'm giving you the opportunity to explain to us the last time you masturbated, the last time you had sex, and the last time you watched porn, and now you don't want to tell us the truth. When you were claiming to us that you are Jesus Christ, you told us that you are the body of Jesus, you're the embodiment of Jesus, right? The perfect Christ, the Holy Christ. So, Mr. Holy Christ, when was the last time you watched pornography?
I've told you I don't remember.
You don't remember the last time you watched porn?
You want me to make up the date?
No, I don't want you to make up the date. I want you to tell us the truth. Have you watched porn in the last week?
Man, I can't tell you whatever I don't know. I can't make up something to become alive.
You would speak the truth, and the truth will set you free. Brother, I declare deliverance in your life in the name of Jesus. Father, Lord God, in the name of Jesus, I rebuke the spirit of masturbation in this brother's life. I rebuke the spirit of sex before marriage. I rebuke the spirit of pornography. Lord God, I pray that you give this brother the grace to practice what he preached, that he will not come on the internet and demonstrate hypocrisy of claiming to be something that he is not. Lord, deliver him from the ignorama. Help this brother to understand, Jesus, that you only exist in his imagination. Jesus, help this brother understand that you only exist in his imagination. Help this brother understand that he only
calling me evil again.
Brother, I am praying to Jesus that he should make you understand that he only lives in your imagination. But let me give listen, brother, listen to Prophet Bakanga. Listen to Prophet Bakanga. Brother, Maxim, listen to Prophet Bakanga. I am giving you advice. For the next 7 days, you shouldn't sleep on your stomach. You should sleep on your back. Make sure you put both of your hands on your chest and cross your legs. And when you're going to sleep, you should chant these words. Ombongo, 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 ombongo.
Please,
until you fall asleep. Listen. You should do it until you fall asleep. Ombongo, 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 ombongo. That will help you overcome the spirit of masturbation. Then listen, bro. Listen, brother. I'm helping you now, brother. I'm helping you. I'm giving you true information. Listen, brother. The next time you have the urge to masturbate, listen, bro. The next time you experience the urge to masturbate, just say to yourself, "Ombongo, ombongo."
Actually, you someone can't waste what is solid too.
Ombongo can help you to stop masturbating. The next time you see a woman and she's tempting you to have sex with her, say to her, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, and ombongo, come and help me," and you will be free from masturbation. Until next time, brother, you have a wonderful one. Okay, I'm gonna go on to the next guest. Claiming to be holy, but you are beating the meat. Don't come up here and claim to be holy if you are beating the meat. If you are beating the meat, that is hypocritical of you. Anybody that beats the meat cannot claim to be holy. The meat must not be beaten. Do you understand me? This is very serious matter. Let him that is holy not beat the meat. If you are holy and you are beating the meat, please don't disgrace yourself by coming up here. What's up, bro?
Hey, Chief, how you doing?
Man, I'm doing fantastic, bombastic, Coca-Colastic, and Bakangalistic. How about you?
Fine, fine. I just stumbled upon your live, and first, I'd
I
like to
know.
know
This
what
is
part
the
of
best show on
Africa.
TikTok, isn't it?
Yeah, nice, nice, nice. But I'm just disappointed with African brothers. I'm sure that guy is probably in his 20s or maybe in his 30s, and that means he has been here for over 2 decades or over 3 decades, and he's still this delusional. He cannot deploy
Whatever he
his
is, he is a
logic.
masturbator. He's a masturbator. Whatever he is, he's a masturbator. That we can guarantee. He's a
Uh,
holy masturbator. You know how Christianity they do it? You just give it a Christian name, Christian music, Christian sex, Christian rock, Christian. You know, there's
ex-
Christian everything these
ex-
days.
ex-
There's Christian everything
exactly,
these days.
exactly. Exactly. There's even Christian rape, you know.
Christian Toto. They have Christian
uh,
Toto. Anyways, bro, do you have anything specific for me? Or if not, because if you're not disagreeing with me, then I'll go on to the next guest.
no, no, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Oh, well, wonderful.
I'm,
Yeah,
I'm
today's
I'm
show is,
absolutely
is a
not disagreeing
challenge.
with you.
I want them to come and prove me wrong that God only lives in their
Eh,
imagination. I don't even see why that's a
uh,
problem. If God lives in your imagination, that means that God is not a bad thing. That just means you just have to control the way you imagine God. That's all you have to do. You know?
yeah, man makes God in his own image, right? Man makes
Exactly,
God in his imagination. Even
bro.
though they try to flip it around, they try to flip it
Why
around to say
can't
God made man in his
listen
own
to the
image.
truth I am telling you? Man makes
You
God
know,
in his own
in his own
image
image.
using his
Yeah,
imagination. Remember, the word image has the word
absolutely,
machine in it.
absolutely,
Imagination,
absolutely,
imagination. Man makes those
absolutely.
image. The brain is a machine that makes images. That's what the human
It
brain
is
is.
said that religion is the opium of the masses, right? Which
Yeah,
invariably means the masses typifies the ignorant, really, widespread ignorance,
the sheep.
and yeah, and we see what's happening in Africa. Sorry, please, what part of Africa are you a resident of or a citizen of?
Bakanga, Bakanga,
Okay, Bakanga. Okay, Bakanga. Okay, I'm from Nigeria, and
Niger people. Eh?
and I'm irreligious. I was a Christian. I was a born again Christian for the first 33 years of my life. Okay, not first 33 years of my. I was born in an Anglican family, and in 2000, I was 15 years old. I became born again, and I was born again all to 2018 when I was 33. Right, I'm 37 right now, and I can tell you that it is absolutely illogical, to continue accepting the falsehood of Christianity or Islam, the falsehood of the God concept that Christianity or Islam tries to give to us, which are all figments of people's imagination. And like you were saying earlier, that the way the Bible was put together, who wrote the Bible, was written 300 AD and was now passed across the world as an instrument for colonization. That's simply what the Bible is, or what the Quran is. They're just tools for colonization,
Man,
colonizing a people who have refused to use their mind, to use their
to be
brain,
creative,
basically.
to be creative.
You,
You know,
and it's pretty sad. The level or the number of African young people who are allowing themselves to continue with this false narrative. False narrative. See, a psychopath has an imagination, right? And a psychopath creates things in his imagination that he tries to replicate in reality. you know and most of these folks that declared global conquest. The Arabs declared their global conquest. The Caucasians declared their global conquest.
It's
And
done, Sissy Carey.
at the nexus of this, global conquest is Africa. It's typically
Yep,
Africa and maybe
yep,
Asia, right?
yep.
And we Africans, who are offsprings of the architects of the ancient civilization that keeps that they called part of the wonders of the world. Our ancestors were creators of the ancient civilizations. We, the offsprings, are now being dumbed down by religion. We're just too dumb to wake up.
Brother, the funny thing is
We're
not
just too
necessarily
dumb
that
to
we're
wake
being
up.
dumbed down by religion. We're being dumbed down by another man's religion. You see,
Exactly.
if the religion that
Imported
Africans
religion.
practice was a religion that was made in African people's image, it would not be as toxic. We would be able to reform it. We will be able to change it.
Absolutely.
But we can't reform
Cause
Christianity
it to
because we don't
evolve.
get to decide what it is. Exactly.
True.
No,
True.
and Christianity is toxic
True.
because it teaches you to value things that are imaginary, right? It teaches you it doesn't expound on what the imagination is. It takes things that are in the imagination and calls those things spiritual. So a human being doesn't really know
Yeah.
how to relate with his mental and his physical state of being. Everything the Bible says about spirits, it's talking about the imagination. So when it says that God is a spirit, it's telling you that God is something you imagine. Because spirit,
And even the concept of God is the so-called concept of God, the Christian God. I mean, you know about, for those of your audience who don't know about this, the
shout out to you,
Caucasians
Sheldon.
were the Caucasians were coming to Africa to come learn from our ancestors. Egyptology is the only is the only recognized spiritual science, in quote, Egyptology. They came here, in the 12th century, in the 13th century, in the 14th century, to come learn about the concept of the Egyptian god, the African god, the Nubian god. And they were able to, sit down with their scholars to steal all manner of texts, all manner of scriptures, in quote, from our ancient texts, and they doctored it together and came up with the so-called Bible. And that is the Bible that an African child, an African teenager, an African young man, young woman is adopting as superior scripture for powering their lives. It's terrible. It's terrible to think about it. And it's terrible to see the way these young lads or these youngsters are wielding this ignorance as if it's real, as if it's more important than any other thing, in their ancestral line. It's terrible. It's
No, but
terrible.
they do it
The
because
guy was saying,
our generation does it because our parents taught us like that. So I don't really blame us. I don't blame the young people. That is why the work that I am doing is really going to make me a revolutionary character when I'm dead, because I have taken my time to look into the future realistically based on how the world is going. And I came pretty close in terms of accuracy, in terms of predicting how the world would end out, depending on certain actions that are taken. And I decided that I can't think of anyone better suited to wage a war against Christianity and Islam, ideologically, more than me. And if I should spark something, I might be able to actually inspire those who end up being the pioneers. Those who are like 25 years and younger as Africans. They are what I call the generation of change. True Africans.
They're the Gen Zs.
Those ones are going to live in an age where communication will not be restricted, like for us. And they will have the opportunity to learn more than just Christianity and more than just whatever religion is local or that is being forced on them. And they will have a choice to make. Either they will serve the Chinese man or they will set themselves free. But you and I, that are 25 years and above, if at all you are, our job is to prepare the ground for them. Right? Look at the way our parents are. Most of our parents, like you and I, the generation of our parents, most of them were indoctrinated into Christianity by the colonizer themselves. The good old beating, like beating the truth into you. They were beat. Even us, when we were going to school by that time, they were also beating children. But by then, it was already nice. I can't think of how many accidents used to happen in schools just because teachers were. I mean, look at how reckless they beat children in Africa, right? That we all learned that
Yeah,
from the colonizers.
and exactly, it was learned from the colonizers. We never,
Our children will
our
not be beaten, though.
grandparents never used to beat, they never
Yes.
used to be beaten. You know, when there was a rebel, when there was a black sheep in the family, one of the ways one of the strategies that our parents or our grandparents used to adopt was to threaten them to go take them to the school of the Caucasian, the school of the colonizer, because they're
Right.
going to be beaten there. Right, so
Right.
our ancestors never used to beat. They didn't think beating was a way of disciplining their children. They had other more
I
superior
like the way
ways.
you brought that up. I like that point, bro. I like that point. I really like it. Listen, y'all, let me tell y'all something. This is the truth. When the colonizers came to Africa, most African parents did not want to send their children to school because they were teaching the children to hate themselves. They were teaching the children that our culture was bad. And our parents didn't do too much to stop them from doing that. But some of our parents tried to stop our children from their children from going to school. And it's
Absolutely.
also because the schools were reputable for abusing children who did not want to learn what the white man was teaching. So the
Yeah.
colonizer literally, they beat us like animals, the same way you teach a horse by beating it. They saw us
Yeah.
as less than that. So they would
Yeah.
beat these children. And guess what? Our parents, they can never be free from Christianity because it was beaten into them like a horse. They will never forget that beating. They were abused. Let me tell you something.
True.
Even in
They are
America, we
still
know that
they're still
abuse leaves
traumatized.
people. Yes, yes, they are traumatized. They have to believe in heaven and hell because if they don't believe in hell, they will remember those lashes, that mental conditioning. And
And
we know
this
that
the
people
sad
who are
thing about
abused
this,
end up being psychopaths. You know that, right? People,
absolutely. This the sad thing about this, trauma is that it is even now it is passed down to the generation after them, right? Transgenerational trauma is one of the things that we are faced with right now. Is one of the issues we are faced with right now. It's literally beaten down into their DNA, and except for folks who understand how to transcend and transform themselves, based on their original, ancestral foundation, ancestral roots, except that they're going to keep passing the same broken psychic down to their kids, except we, like you said, the millennials, the African millennials, can truly come together and figure out a way to create a network for real transformation to happen. For as long
bro,
as our young people,
go ahead, go ahead.
for as long as our young people keep thinking that, oh, the Bible is scripture, the Bible is, a spiritual tool for spiritual navigation. First of all, there is nothing spiritual about Christianity. There's
Exactly,
nothing spiritual about Islam, right? The authenticity, anything that is anti-nature is not spiritual,
exactly.
right? Islam and Christianity were imported into this continent, right? They were not just imported, they were beaten down into people, right? Millions of bloodshed happened on the back of Islam and Christianity trying to penetrate into the hinterland of Africa, right? So there is
Wow. Hold
absolutely
up, bro. Hold up,
zero
bro. Let me acknowledge this
spirituality.
comment from 79OCX. Traumatized people are short-sighted and selfish because they act out of fear.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Like you gave the analogy of, oh, you see someone trying to burgle your house and you want to call 911, yeah? Because you're
Right.
afraid. I mean, if you're a warrior, you are going to go confront that thief, that intruder. Are you,
You
are
won't
you,
ask for help.
you're literally, exactly, you're literally going to go confront the intruder because you're a warrior. You have a warrior mind. It
Exactly.
doesn't matter whether the person has a gun. You have a
Right.
warrior mind. Fear is alien to your psychic. You've not been raised in fear, but for
Exactly.
for the for the for the children of this generation, they've been raised in fear. Fear is everything for them. You know, and well, I like what you're doing, but I just I would want you to. want to implore you to take the conversation to the next level. You know, we need critique conversations. You know, we need to do critiquing and not argument. We don't need time is not on our side. We need to do a lot to really go to the foundation of things. You know, how that what launched the so-called industrial age was actually the conquest of the so-called dark continent,
Yup.
right? Yeah.
Yup.
So we need to discuss these things and not just be emotional, you know, just doing war
Most people in the
battles,
West,
you know.
most people in the West do not know that Africa was called the Dark Continent.
Exactly. whereas when Europe was sinking into the dark ages, we were thriving in the golden ages. Africa
Right.
was thriving in the golden age. The same time, Europe was sinking into the dark ages. These are the real stories we should tell about Africa. You know, these are the real stories, not imagined stories, not made up stories. Mansa Musa literally tilted the economies of nations just by going on vacation, vacation abroad. These are the stories we should tell. What really happened in pre-millennial era? You know, this last millennium was when all of the chaos was brought into Africa. Prior to this last millennium, there was a lot happening in Africa. I mean, the Benin Kingdom was a thriving civilization.
Yep.
Yeah, Egypt was a thriving civilization, right?
I don't think people
Right?
understand why it is called a slave trade. It's called a slave trade because they were trading. It was business.
Absolutely.
So Africans were already
Absolutely.
trading other things. We were trading salt, palm oil. We were trading everything that they used to
Silk.
trade. Yes, they just included
Absolutely.
humans. They just
Absolutely.
included humans, you know.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely. Absolutely.
and trust me, the white man did not come and say to the black man, "Hey, I need slaves." No, he said, "I need workers." Workers.
Mm-hmm.
So the Africans that
True.
were selling, they were not selling their fellow Africans because they thought that, oh, they're going to be made as slaves and used as animals. No, they thought they were just giving the white man workers. And
True.
because you were going to the white man's land and nobody knew when we were going to come back, most people did not want to go. So the delinquents would kidnap people and sell them. And there were many other ways that slaves were taken. But that's just
Yeah.
to show you that
Kidnapped.
our weaknesses is also what makes us strong. And we have to
True.
learn how to navigate it. When you say, brother, I
True.
need to make the conversation to be more argument, you have to understand, bro, there's a process in place for work to be done. My job is to
Okay.
trigger people. There are many
Okay.
brothers and sisters out there, like those of you. You need to do your own part. Maybe your part is where you sit people down and we now have constructive conversation. After they come to my show and I flabbergasted their imagination and make them question everything they believe. That's my
Yeah.
job.
More like
My job is to wake you up from sleep. So imagine yourself
seed of
having a nice,
awakening.
good nap, and
Or
somebody just
sowing
comes and
seeds of
begins to play
awakening.
drums. Yep. I'm the noise maker. Now, I do have plans to improve in the future as far as how we approach the conversation. But make no
Okay.
mistake, my goal right now is to just make noise. I want people to know that Bakanga is out there. I want Bakanga to, and it would happen. It's just a matter of patience, right? And I don't want to force it, and I don't want to cheat. I don't want it to be unnatural. But Bakanga,
Oh.
remember, it sounds like a joke now, but Bakanga is coming for you. Bakanga is coming for everyone in the world who's against freedom. Africans don't need to step. We don't need to step on the white man. We don't need to step on the Chinese. All we need to do is build what we have. We don't have to make anybody else inferior. We don't have to hate anybody. No, we just have to
No,
develop
it's not
ourselves.
in our nature. It's not all of this self-hate that you see brother eating brother, you know, African brother eating another African brother. These were learned. It was learned or even beaten down into us.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Psychological manipulation is a powerful stuff. Is a powerful stuff. And that was the major weapon of the Caucasians. It was psychological war, psychological warfare, right? And we by nature are tenderers of the earth. We are not, we don't function on the basis of this person is my enemy or this person is my friend. It's like the rain, it falls on both the evil person and the good person. That's
Right.
literally how we are as Africans originally. But we learned all of this self-hating, self-loathing from these guys, you know.
Bro, but we didn't get like that overnight for no reason, okay? For the millions of years that we have been on this earth, we've made a lot of mistakes that our ancestors have learned through experience and pass it down to us. When we destroy our
Absolutely.
culture and tradition, we destroy the means through which our ancestors used to communicate with future generations.
True. And that was why they stole more than tens of thousands of our local artifacts, of our ancestral artifacts. You know, that, I mean, in 1897 alone, in the Benin Kingdom, the ancient Benin Kingdom, the British cavalry, right, invaded the palace of the Oba of Benin and carted away with over 3,000 artifacts from just his palace alone. Not to talk of all the plunderings and the thievery that happened all across the continent. Do you know that 90% of all the artifacts stolen from Africa are hidden away in the Vatican? Are you aware that 90%
And
of
most
all
people
the
argue with me
artifacts
when I say
stolen from
religion is the
Africa?
problem. Most people don't understand that. Religion is the problem.
It is 100% the problem. And just 10% of the stolen artifacts is scattered across the museums in Europe and America. 90%. That is why it is the Vatican that controls the US military. It's the Vatican that controls the British military, directly controlled by the Vatican. And all of this so-called technology that all these so-called Jews are coming up with, what they are doing with the stolen artifacts, because see, these artifacts are energy portals. Our ancestors did a great job by harvesting energies into these artifacts. So what these people are doing at the Vatican is to be studying these artifacts, and they are using what they are finding on the basis of their study of these artifacts to come up with their so-called copycat technologies, including the smartphone or whatever technology you might think that is a Caucasian is celebrated for being the one who invented it. They didn't invent nothing. You know, so it's pretty important that we have these kind of conversations as well. It's pretty important. A lot of our young people honestly do not know these things. They don't know these things, and that's why you find them arguing on the basis of a Bible that the colonialists brought to them. I want to appreciate you for what you're doing, and I thank you for letting me come on your platform. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you, bro. Well done.
I hear you, bro. My bad, my bad. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Man online says, what about Asian? They were also colonized, but they are striving. They are striving. Stop this victim mentality. You don't understand the key role that Africa plays.
See, the
Even the
problem is not
so-called
having it.
Asians,
Go ahead, go ahead.
even the Asians now are trying to come colonize Africa. You don't know the role. You as an African, you don't know who you are. Africans are literally gods. Mother gods and father gods are everywhere in Africa. But you see,
Oh
because
man.
you've been
Let me
literally brainwashed
let,
into
let
thinking
me
that
let
you
me
are
let me
inferior.
respond to what someone said in the comment section before I lose this comment. He says, you can hold on to Bakanga, but if you are wrong, eternity is a long time. Who told you that eternity is a long time? Eternity is no time.
Exactly.
Eternity means no time.
Exactly. You were trying to
People,
explain
man, I
something
don't
the other time.
understand. But bro, thank you for your time. Okay, let me
No,
precipitate so I can get to the
no
next
problem.
guest and get this over
No
with.
problem. Thank you very
But
much.
thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Take
sir.
care, man. Yeah,
For
man.
sure. All right, y'all. In order to maximize time, I have very short conversations from now on.
Pinky Mofat.
Hello, Pinky. I have a YouTube channel, yeah, but please just follow me on here on TikTok. I'm gonna get my YouTube channel to people very soon. I need to make it easily accessible, and I haven't done that yet. Hello, Pinky. Hello, Pinky. Pinky is not answering. I have to go to the next guest. Hello.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, what's cooking?
Yeah, good evening, bro. How you
What you
doing?
got for me, bro?
Yeah, I got a lot for you, bro. First, I want to appreciate you for what you're doing, and I've really watched your videos, and I've seen that when the black community started waking up like this, it's of joy to us that have woken up long ago. There is one thing I want you to understand: the most difficult job to do on planet Earth is to correct black people. To correct black people is the most difficult job to do because I don't want to insult us. A lot of us, we do not think, but we just feel and we believe. Automatically, we are there. I'm not here to antagonize what you are saying. I totally agree with you, everything you are saying. But I just want to quickly bring some black people into reality with their same Bible, with the same Bible that they are reading for those who believe that they are going to heaven when they die, because that is their so-called imagination. So I don't know if you give me the chance to do that.
I mean, like I said, I need to precipitate time. So for right now, I can't.
Yeah, no,
But
no,
if you stay in touch
no.
with my
I,
shows,
I'm,
just
I'm
DM
not going
me
to take.
and we can set up a time.
I'm not going to take. I'm not going to take much of your time. In 2 minutes or maybe 3 minutes, I'm
If
done.
you can
All
do
right.
it, if you can do it in 1 minute, I'll let you speak.
Yeah. So they say that when they die, they're going to make heaven because of what they have done. So I would have loved to tell them from their Bible, if they are there, they can go and read the book of Isaiah 38 from verse 1 to 5. Isaiah 38 from verse 1 to 5. There was a man there, his character is Zechariah. This man has served God according to the story they wrote in the Bible. And there was a time he became sick and he wanted to die. So God sent a message to him through prophet Isaiah that he will die from that sickness. You get what I'm saying? So Ezekiah, who was sick, turned his face to God and told God that I have done everything according to your will and every other thing that I need to do in a perfect way. So why should I die? So God now replied him and said, oh, I have heard the prayer. And God now gave him 15 more years on planet Earth. The question I want to ask black people is this. If there was heaven that Zechariah, who have served God diligently, if there was heaven that he was going, why did he pray to still live on planet Earth? If there was heaven that he was going, because according to the Bible, when you serve God diligently, you do all things that are good in his way. When you die, you go to heaven. If there was heaven that Zechariah was going, why did he pray to God to live on planet Earth? Why did he pray not to die? God have to give him more 15 years on planet Earth. I repeat, Isaiah chapter 38, from verses 1 to verses 5, you will see the story there. Now, this is a man that have served God diligently. He want to die, but he prayed not to die because he want to live on planet Earth. If there was heaven that he was going, now that he have done everything properly, why did he pray not to die? I want black people to go and do research
I
on
think
this.
that that's
Maybe
that's
they can
that's
come back
straight
and
to the point, bro. And I'm sorry to tell you, bro, people will not think about this. People, unfortunately, religious people don't like to think. So unless you do what I'm doing, where you bombard them with it every day, you just make them so uncomfortable that they have no choice but to listen to you. They won't listen.
They will never look at it from that perspective, unfortunately. So you might have to create your own TikTok live show and start challenging them. Everyone should have a TikTok live show. Everyone should have a TikTok live show. You understand? Everyone should. But thank you for your time, bro.
Yeah.
I wish I could go on, but let me go on to the next guest, okay? Thank you.
All right, bro. Yeah, you're welcome.
Bakanga will never bow to Jesus. Jesus will bow to Bakanga. Jesus would bow to Bakanga. I repeat, Jesus will bow to Bakanga. Bakanga bows to no one. Bakanga bows to no one. Jesus will bow to Bakanga. That's all I'm telling you. Who is Bakanga? Don't you wish to know? Bakanga is no one. All right, next guest. If you're curious what Bakanga is, there's no such thing as Judgment Day. That's all lies. There's no Judgment Day. Bakanga is not for everybody. Bakanga is for those who have awoken. And no one tells you what Bakanga is. You realize what it is. It's a realization. Of course you don't want to know because you're not able to know. What's up, Osaplin? Osaplin?
Hello. How you doing?
What cooking? What cooking?
I'm fine. I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please go straight to your point. You don't have too much time.
Okay. There's nothing. I just want to tell you that God is real. Jesus is real. And you are not the way. If at all, I won't have anything to say than what I'm saying. Bakanga, you are not the way. And if you are going to ask me any question, I will answer you. But be also willing to allow me to ask you my question as well, because over the time I've noticed that you like to ask polar questions. You want somebody to give you yes or no, and these are questions that you have strategically pulled down to ask of people in order to defeat them and then just. So if you're going to ask me questions, you have to calm down for me to answer it. And in another way, you need to calm down
brother,
to ask me my question.
I apologize. I apologize
Okay.
if you don't like my method of communicating. But
Okay.
the reason why I have this show is so I can do what I want. If you don't like the way I'm doing it, that's fine. You're not forced to be here. But you're wasting your time trying to give me a criteria by which I should have a conversation with you. And I really mean it. I mean it respectfully.
All right. I'm not saying I don't like the way you are doing your thing. I'm just also telling you that if you know how to speak, also learn how to hear. Try to also.
It doesn't mean but I'm not here. I'm not here to hear anybody. Anyone that wants me to hear them must first hear me.
Then
right?
Just means you are imposing your opinion. You don't need to impose.
No, so be it. So be it. So be it. If you feel like I'm imposing, good for you. But I already told you that no one is forced to be here, right? So if you don't want my opinion to be imposed to you, just don't watch my show. But if you're gonna watch my show, it's the Tezok show. It's not the you show. It's not the guest show. It's the Tezok show. So I'll say what I want and I'll interrupt who I want.
Bakanga, I thought you needed somebody who could, talk to you and then prove you wrong. So this has to be done.
So if you came here to prove me wrong, why do you spend the last 3 minutes just talking about your feelings?
Yeah, I've given you my point. I'm expecting you to say something, ask the questions, and you.
No, I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say to you.
Okay, good. Because the last time we talked, you might have forgotten. You just cut me off the line. I was making vital.
I was hoping that you don't end up. I was hoping that you don't end up being rude, if that's what I did. But maybe you accidentally got taken out too, because
no,
I have moderators.
I was making valid points.
Hold up, listen.
And I was actually defeating you. Then you cut me off.
It's not a matter of defeating. It's not a matter of defeating. If you're trying to defeat me, you're wasting your time, because I'm not trying to fight you. I'm not fighting. I don't fight with children. You understand?
Come on, learn how to use. You don't know what the power of words. I'm not. It's not a fight. It's just. it's choice of words. I'm not fighting you, Adija. You are my
Sapling,
brother. I love you.
Sapling,
Yes,
Sapling.
bro. Yes,
The
Bakanga.
purpose of this show is to make people to understand that God is only in your imagination. Unless you can prove me wrong, you really have no argument. If you can prove me wrong, then talk to me right now without using your imagination. Do something without your imagination.
All right.
It's impossible.
Let me tell you. God is not.
Hold on. Let you tell me what.
Okay.
Let you tell me what.
Yes, you say I should hold on when I'm trying to tell you
But
something.
I didn't ask you to tell me. What are you telling me? What question are you answering? I just asked you a question, and now
you said I should prove that God is not in my imagination.
No, I said say something to us right now without using your imagination. Do something, because even those words that are coming out of your mouth, you still have to use your imagination just to speak. So if your imagination is that irrelevant, if what I'm saying is a lie, do something right now without using your imagination. You can't even be a human being without your imagination. You know what the imagination is?
Of course, everybody.
Okay,
You
so
can't even live. Even what
so
we know.
listen, this is the
Listen.
dictionary
Let me
definition.
talk, please.
This
Let
is
me
the
talk.
dictionary definition of imagination. This
I
is the
want to say
dictionary definition
something.
of imagination.
You want to
Listen,
tell me? Okay.
the faculty or the action of forming ideas or images, concepts of external objects not present to the senses. I hope you understand that.
Yes, bro.
Okay, fine. So anything that is an idea or a concept of something
Okay.
that you cannot detect with your five senses, that's your imagination. Nobody can
Okay.
see God with the five senses. Nobody can see
Okay.
God or
But
interact with God
Bakaga,
with the five
I
senses.
want to ask you a question.
And that's because God
I want to
is
ask
in
you a
your
question.
imagination.
I want to ask you a question. Does it now
What was the
mean
last?
that
Hold on,
anything
hold on, hold on.
imagination is not real? I'm asking you. Does it now mean that anything imagined is not real? Is that what you're saying?
Do you want me to answer your question, or do you want me to ask you a question?
I want you to answer my question. Does it mean that anything
So if you want
imagined
me,
is not real?
hold up. So you want me to give you an answer? You don't want me to ask you a question, right?
No. Ask me a question, but I also just pick that
Okay,
question that
fine.
you
And
answer it
then
for
and
me, bro.
then I just asked you, what is imagination?
But you just gave me the definition of imagination by yourself.
Yes, and what
It's
was
so,
it? What was it?
you said imagination is anything abstract that we cannot actually, anything that is not concretized. That's in the way you said it.
No, that's not what I said. You literally made up your own words.
Yes, I made it simple. That's what you are trying to
No,
say in
you
essence, right?
didn't make it simple. No, it's not necessarily that anything that has not been concretized, because there are some things that are not concrete that you can still see with your five senses. No, it's anything you cannot see with your five senses, specifically your five senses. So anything that your religion says you cannot see, it's imaginary. It's imaginary. It's a product of imagination. So God, Jesus, Peter,
Bakanga, you are wrong.
everything,
We don't
everything you
see
read in the
things with
Bible,
our five senses.
everything that
We,
you read, everything that you read in the Bible is your.
sorry,
Listen, bro.
Bakanga, wait.
If
You
hold
committed
on,
a
bro.
blunder, an
Oh
error. You
sapling,
made an error there.
oh
You
sapling, oh
committed a blunder.
sapling,
Let me correct that, please.
oh
Let
sapling,
me correct that. We
oh
don't see things
sapling,
with our five
oh
senses.
sapling,
Out of the five
oh
senses, it's
sapling,
only the eyes that we used to see.
oh
Other,
sapling,
yes, brother.
oh
Let me talk
sapling.
now.
If I'm saying
Why
oh
don't you want
sapling, don't talk over me. No, you don't talk.
Okay,
Don't talk.
Bakanga. Because I don't even
You're not
want you
going
to
to
cut
force
me.
me. You're not going to force me to listen to you if you don't even know the last thing I said. What was the last thing I said?
You called us sapling. And you said, what is the last thing I said?
What was
Obviously,
the last thing I said before? What was the last thing I said before I called Osaplin? What was the last idea I conveyed?
you were trying to define imagination to me.
Okay, why did you, if that's what I was trying to do, why did you suddenly change the topic?
Because you were parrying my own question and you didn't allow me to talk. You only
Okay,
want to
fine.
speak.
Okay, Osaplin. With all due
Yes, brother.
respect, my friend, there's
Yeah.
other people in line. Since you want to speak so badly, I only have one thing to tell you,
No,
bro. No,
don't get
listen,
it wrong.
wait. Since you're so desperate to speak that you think that if you speak over me, you accomplish your goal, I think it would be a great idea that you should go and start your own show. And maybe I can come up there and debate you. But until then, I don't think we can have a constructive conversation. Thank you for your time,
Bro.
okay?
All right. I love you.
Listen. Go and create the
Yes, bro.
Osapling show, and I will come up to your show like a guest, and then we can talk there where you can make the rules. But on my show, I'm not gonna talk to anyone that thinks
What?
that you're
Wait,
gonna
wait, wait,
force me
wait,
to
wait, wait.
listen, bro.
What do you want me
Like I
to do
said, I'm
for
giving
you to
you
make mistake and prove you wrong? What do you want me to do? What do you
It
want me
means
to
you
do? I
follow
should keep quiet,
instructions.
right?
No, you let. I will speak as
Okay, I
much
will
as I want to
follow.
speak, and then you don't change the topic. If I ask you a question, you answer the question. Don't change the topic.
All right, all right.
Okay. Now, give me an example of something you can think of. Remember, I was originally going to give you only 3 minutes, so I've already exceeded my time. So if the conversation is not flowing, I'm just going to end it. So there's no argument. I don't want to begin to stress for no reason, right? So listen, give us
Okay.
anything, say anything to us right now without using your imagination.
I don't understand what you are trying me to do.
Do
I should
something,
say anything without using my imagination.
communicate with us without using your imagination. Can you communicate with me right
Could you
now
first give me
without using your imagination?
so for clarity, first give me an example of what you mean. An example so that we understand what you mean.
Brother, there's nothing I can do other than ask you the question as simply as I did. I said, communicate with me without using your imagination. It can't get
And
any
I
more
said
simple
for
than that.
clarity, could you
No, there's
give
no,
me an example?
it can't get any clearer than that. If you don't
It
understand
is
the question,
because
it proves my point. Listen. If you don't understand the question, you prove my point. Because my point is that you can't even talk to me without using your imagination. Everything you say out
that's
of your
where I'm
mouth is your
going as well.
imagination. Bro,
That's where
hold up.
that's where I'm also going.
Hold up. Let me finish this point. You
All right,
can't
bro.
talk to me without using your imagination. And even when you do talk to me using your imagination, there are some things that only exist in your imagination that no matter what you say to me, you can never show it to me. There are some things that exist outside of your imagination, and then when you tell me those things using your imagination, I can also confirm those things outside of your imagination. Now, something like
All right.
God, when you tell me God, you're not telling me about something that is outside your imagination or something that is in the real world. If God was in the real
Okay.
world, I will be able to see God for myself, and I will not need you to tell me about God. The fact that you have to tell me about God is because you are seeing God in a way that nobody else can see it, and it's because you are seeing God in your imagination. And all I'm telling you is that there is a God in your imagination that is greater than you. But the God that lives in my imagination, I am greater than that God.
Okay.
Do you understand now?
I understand what you are saying.
So I'm not saying that there's no God. I'm saying that your God lives in your imagination. It's purely imaginary. You cannot smell God, touch God, feel God. It's an imaginary concept. God lives in your imagination just like Superman, just like the unicorn. Because those are all things we talk about, but we cannot see, touch, we cannot interact with according to what we consider objective reality.
God is an abstract being. We know. God is abstraction. We know. Even Christians know. So
When
this
you
thing you are
say
telling, I
when
know
you
it
say
before.
okay, so you're saying
I
that God
know
is
it.
abstraction. Tell me
Yes.
what is the imagination of, what do you imagine abstraction to be? When you imagine abstraction, what do you imagine?
When I imagine abstraction, what do I imagine?
Yeah.
It depends on what I'm imagining. It depends on what I'm thinking of.
Man, you're the one that used the word abstraction. I'm telling you,
Of
what comes to your
course.
mind when you say abstraction? When you say abstraction, what comes to your mind?
What comes to my mind is something that is not concrete. A lot of things come to my mind,
And then
but
what does it look
to
like
make
in
it
your mind? What image? When you say something is not concrete, what do you mean?
something I cannot see, I cannot touch, I cannot feel, that does not appeal to the five sense organs.
Okay, now you see, now you're speaking. So you're saying that God is not concrete,
Wait,
right?
let me ask you a question. Could you allow
Hold
me
on, bro.
to
Hold
ask
on,
you a
bro.
question?
Hold
Oh
on,
my
bro.
God, this
So
guy.
you're saying that God is not concrete, right?
Bakanga, because I'm asking all your questions does not mean you are right. Oh, I hope you know. You never even
Are you
you
saying
have
that
not
God?
given me chance to ask you. Answer my question. You have not given me chance to ask the
All right,
question. Yes, bro.
bro.
Yes, bro.
Thank you for your time, bro. Just come back another day, okay?
All right. I
Please.
love you. Like
I'm not
always.
gonna block you. We'll talk again. Now, if you love me,
Yes.
send me $1,000. If you truly love me, you have to prove it to me by sending me $1,000. Because I don't believe you.
I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I don't lie. I can't
No, then
afford
you
it.
don't love me, bro. Then you cannot afford to love me. Because I'm
Love is not
expensive to
about
love.
money. Love is not
No,
about
it's
money
for
alone.
me it is. If not, you're just making me false promises. If you love me, you have to invest in my life. Money. Dollars,
What
American
I'm
dollars.
saying,
I don't want Nigerian money.
I can send you coin from here. Of course, that will prove that I
I
love
don't
you,
want Nigerian money. I don't want Nigerian money.
bro. I love you. Bye. Take care. We shall see again.
Satan,
Like always.
Satan loves you too.
Whatever.
Okay,
I can't
bro.
argue that with you. I love you.
Listen, guys, I'm not doing that game, right? I'm 2 minute conversations. If you try to drag me in more than 2 minutes, conversation go end. Please. What's up, Alpha? Alpha, your network is never working, bro. I can't hear you. It's fake love. Exactly. It's love that they cannot prove through their actions. How can you tell me that you
Yeah,
love me, but you cannot give me $10,000?
what's up, bro?
What's up, expensive? What's cooking?
Yeah, everything is cooking.
Yeah, man,
This
that's
my
what's
first.
up, bro.
Actually, this is my first time. This my first time of being lucky coming to your life. For the past 1 month, I've been trying to join. I've been wanting to join, but I think today is my lucky day.
Today is your lucky day. Go ahead, talk to me,
Yeah,
bro.
today is my
You don't have
lucky
much
day.
time. You don't have
Sometimes
much time, but talk to me.
okay, yeah, bro. The word imaginary. I want people to understand that word. That, like you said, God is just an imaginary. Whether he or she, whether it's he, she, being. I just want people to know that these things are just imaginary. Nothing, no feelings whatsoever. No, just like that guy said, no concrete evidence. I am 30. I'm almost 30, 37 years, and for the past 37 years or 36 years, people have been telling me about God, and I think if this man really exists, don't I think it's time he show up himself? For the past
Brother, it's
36
difficult.
years, people have been for the past 36, 37 years. It is someone that have been telling me that God loves me, God is there, and I say, if this man is true, at least for once, just come and say, I am the person. Like Nigerian pastors, every time they say, the Lord said, and I have been wanting to ask, what language do you use in communicating with this God? Do you speak Hausa? Do you speak Yoruba with him? Do you speak Igbo with him?
You have to speak the colonizer's language.
Hey, they when I began doubting this, I keep telling people that the Bible is the only book that says God created Adam and Eve, and the Bible is a religious book out of thousands of religions we have in this world. So you can't just use the religion of one particular set of people to generalize everything. Have you tried Buddhism? Have you tried the Hindus, the Shintoists? Do you know what their own book said about creation?
Brother, I hear you, bro. But thank you for your time, bro. Listen, bro, if you have been trying to come, always make sure that when you come to the
Yeah.
comment section, you leave a comment. Leave a comment so I can
All
know
right,
that you
bro.
are there, and then I will leave you up, okay?
I will. I
Yeah,
will,
that way
bro.
we can
Thank
even
you.
talk some more. Yeah, bro. Thank you very much. I
Yeah, thank
appreciate you,
you.
bro. Like I
I
like hearing
appreciate.
African
Yeah,
brothers that think like this. Thank you.
yeah. I will remain with you.
All right.
I will remain. I'm still listening.
Okay. I can buy TikTok.
Yeah.
I only brought you up because I saw you making
Yeah.
some useless
Good evening.
comments. So what do you have to say to
Good
me?
evening. I I'm not here to debate whether God exists in your imagination or not. Why I was brought up here is for me to ask you, why were you not answering the guy's question? Because the guy was actually asking you a question. You were trying to say no question, no question. Why was that?
Was the guy answering my questions?
You are not even giving the guy a listening ear for him to ask you a question, but you just
No,
telling
bro.
him
Bro,
you
but
don't
if the
know
guy would
the
not answer my
question is
question, why
making.
should I answer his question?
You're not giving a
Bro.
listening ear for him to
No,
ask
no,
you a
listen,
question.
bro.
You are
That guy,
just
listen,
running
if
away from the.
if you come to my
It's not
show,
done that way.
if you come to my show, you have to respect the host of the show so that the host of the show can respect you. You cannot disrespect somebody and expect the person to respect you. Is
That
that
was
all you
not
have
a
to say, bro?
disrespect,
Is that
bro.
all you have to say?
He wasn't even disrespecting you.
Bro, is that all you have to say?
Yes, thank you very much. That's all
All
I
right,
have to
thank
say.
you very much. Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Your God is a product of your imagination. Okay?
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Bro, please, I've
Welcome
not
to the
even
land
had
of King Tezok.
King what? I've not had this name, Banka. Bankanga is the will. What is Bankanga before I to please? I want to learn. Oh.
You want to know what Bakanga is?
Yes, because it's strange to me. I've never had something like that.
Let me ask you, my brother, where are you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
What religion do you partake in?
Bro, I believe in God. I don't believe in religion.
Nah, don't worry. Anybody that believes in God believes in religion, even if you don't know. But don't worry, I'll tell you. So you
Okay.
believe in God.
Yes.
Have you ever seen God?
I have seen him in my life.
What
When I,
skin color is God?
when I say I have seen him in my life, that means he works in my life and is the hope
No, no,
of
no.
my
That yeah,
glory.
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you if God works in your life. I'm just asking you, have you seen this person that you call God? This person, this entity. Have you seen him?
Bro, when you said if I've seen God, if you know God, I said yes, I believe God. Then you ask me
No, no.
if I
That's
have
but
seen God.
but but yes. I'm asking you if you have seen him with your eyes.
Bro, with my eyes, I have not seen it. I have feel it. I have
Okay, good,
experienced it.
good, good. No, wait now. You have not seen God with your eyes. Have you ever smelled God with your nose?
Bro, I have not smelled with my nose, but I feel it
Have you
inside me,
have you
within myself.
ever have you ever heard God with your ears?
I have heard God with my ears.
You have heard God with your ears.
Of course, I have heard him speak to me and I've heard him clearly.
How do you know that it was not the devil?
How do I know if it was not? Because when God speaks to me, I feel relaxed and I feel rest.
The devil can do that too.
The devil can never make me feel comfortable, never.
Yes, the devil can. The devil blesses his servants as well. All
I
I'm
am not
telling you is that
serving.
it's.
I'm not
Listen,
serving Satan.
wait now, wait. That's evidence to me that you have never heard God. The way you're hearing my voice right now, God has never spoken to you the same way that you are hearing my voice. The same way that you
Bro,
hear sound. Listen, bro, wait. I don't like a person that lies just to make themselves look good. The reality of the situation is that you have never tasted God the same way you taste food. You have never heard God the same way you hear sound. You've never seen good the same way you see light. You've never smelled God the same way you smell air. You've never done that. That means that God exists in your imagination, only in your imagination, because you can only imagine God. That's why you keep saying that I feel Him inside of me. What you're really telling us is that you are imagining God. God is imaginary to you.
can I speak now? Because I know you don't like people interrupt you. Can I speak now?
Sure, you'll be able to speak if you can tell me the last thing I just said.
You said because I cannot smell it, I cannot speak it. I've not seen it, I've not smelled it. So I'm lying that I've not seen God. I'm only imagining. Is it not what your
What do
last
you
statement said?
do you know what imagination is?
Bro, you asked me before I talk, I should tell you your last statement. I have said in your last statement.
I
Let me
am
talk now.
trying to make sure you understand me. I don't really care about what you say as long as you understand me. I
I
didn't bring
am
you up here.
understanding you.
Listen. I didn't bring you up here to talk to me. I brought you up here to understand me, right? Now I'm making sure you understand me. Do you understand what imagination is?
Of course, I know what is imagination.
Okay. You understand that God dwells in your imagination.
God is not dwelling in my own imagination. It's a question
Okay,
and
so
answer.
for you, so from your perspective, God is not in the imagination.
In me, I don't imagine God. No.
So where does God dwell for you?
God, you ask me question. You don't want me to ask you question, and you bring other question to be continue asking me. That is why the
Where
other
does
brother
God
said
dwell?
you don't
Where
allow
does God
people
dwell
talk.
for you?
You don't allow people talk. Let me get down. I wanted to talk to you,
Bro,
but you don't want me to
bro,
talk.
listen,
You
bro,
are only
listen,
asking me.
listen,
Why can't you
listen,
allow me tell you? Me that
bro,
I say I have feel God. Can't you let me
brother,
speak my own mind? You are the one saying
brother.
because it's your show, bro. You can keep your show to your pocket because I want to explain to you. You don't want me to talk. My friend, move. You Sakarabaka.
I don't have time. Sorry about that. I don't have time for today, okay? If your mother likes to pet you, I'm not your mother. Look at me. I not be your mama. Not be me your mama. Oh. If you get something, if they angry, go angry to your mama and your papa. Not be me. Oh. No, 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 not me. Much love, much respect to you, but carry your wahala come out for here. What's going on?
The Bakang, how you doing?
You're not letting me talk. You're not letting me talk. You're not letting me talk. If you want to talk, go and stand in front of the mirror and talk to yourself. Go and stand in front of the mirror and talk to yourself. Then nobody can stop you from talking to yourself if you are talking to yourself in front of the mirror. I am letting people talk. Is that people want to talk the way they want to because they don't want to follow in the trap that I'm setting for them. So when I set them a trap by asking them questions, they don't want to hear questions. What kind of human being does not want to answer questions on somebody else's show? You don't come to Bakanga to come and give me information. You're not giving me anything new. Anyway, Zondo, what's going on? You don't have too much time, bro, so please go straight to the point.
I'm good, my man. How are you?
I'm just killing, timey. You know how it is.
Number one. You are speaking to a full-bred, born and bred Christian right now. And my argument stands here. Not really an argument. I would say it's a statement, basically. That reason why I am a Christian is because, firstly, with Christianity, the Bible has a beginning and an end. Do we agree on that?
We could agree on that.
Okay. And when it comes to religion, the problem that we have as Christians is that as Christians, we want to enforce our religion on other people, which is really wrong when it comes to Christianity. You know? So with me, I'm a Christian that says, be whichever religion or praise whichever God that you want to praise. But if you want to ask me about Christianity, that's when I'm able to tell you that I've been through 1, 2, 3 as a Christian. And I resolved.
Bro, I don't have a problem with you.
Issues.
I don't have a problem with your mentality. And I don't think that you have a problem with my mentality either. And the reason why is because you are not really a Christian. Whatever you are more than just a Christian, right? Because a person who is a Christian will come here and try to fight with me because they think that is something. Mostly you must be the type of person that practices what you preach, because a person that has to force his religion on somebody else is someone who does not practice what they preach, right? Now let me ask you, do you understand what I mean when I say that God lives in the imagination?
I disagree with that.
But how can you disagree with that when it's true?
How can it?
When you say when the Bible says that the kingdom of God is within you, which is the most essential part of the human being to make a human being human? What part of a human being makes us different from animals?
Can I tell you something about the Bible? The Bible, there's a reason why we are not done with reading the Bible. It's not that big of a book. You know, you can start and finish the Bible and preach and complete preaching when it comes to the Bible. But because you have to strive to have a connection with God, so you can be able to reveal the Bible in different ways. And the same scripture.
Brother, that statement that you just told me right now is not necessarily true. It's just the excuse that Christians give to justify their laziness for the fact that they don't want to study the book. The Bible is not a special book, and unless you're the writer of the book, you can't really say it's special, right? You can't really determine in which way it's special. It's just a regular book. The problem is that it is a book that people have idolized and tried to make that book into God. So it creates confusion. First of all, the first thing the Bible makes is that when two people read the Bible, they can never agree. Two people can never read the Bible independently and agree. They will always argue about the meaning of something and what something means, and before you know, they will go and create their own religions. In fact, there is 2.1 versions of 2.1 billion Christians in the world. There's 2.1 billion different versions of Christianity. I have never met two Christians who believe in the exact same way. Every Christian believes in their own way.
Can I explain that why that happens? The Bible
I mean,
actually says that.
I don't really feel that you should try to explain because we already
No, no,
know.
no,
So
no. But
this is not
wait,
knowledge that
we
is this is not secret
it,
knowledge, right? The knowledge, listen,
it,
bro, what is happening with the Bible in our world is not secret knowledge. Everybody can see
here's,
the world.
here's,
We all
here's the
see
thing. Here's the
religion.
thing.
We all see the book. We see how the people who read the book practice their lives. We see the hypocrisy. We see the sincerity. We see the good ones. We see the bad ones. We see everything about religion. There is nothing more exposed in this world than religion. So you can't really explain to us something that is obvious and make us believe
It's
that
it's
what we are seeing is
and
not what
and
we are
and
seeing.
and do you know that everything that you have just said right now, the different types of Christian, the different types of people, it is all written in the Bible.
Brother, that doesn't have to be written in the Bible for it to be true.
Everything,
Yeah,
everything,
listen.
everything that is
Listen,
happening
let me
in our
listen.
lives currently
You're
is all
assuming that I don't
written
know
in the
what the Bible
Bible.
says, right? Let me give you evidence that what you're saying right
Yes.
now is first of all misinformation. Jesus says that those who love him and those who follow him, the world will know them based on their love for one another.
Mm.
Jesus says the world would know his followers based on their love for one another. And yet, Christians are not known based on their love for one another. Nobody that opens their mouth claiming to be a Christian is known because of their love. Much
True
rather, they are known
Christians,
because
though.
of the oppressive nature. True Christian, bad
True
Christians, there's no
Christian.
such thing. There's no
True
such thing as a
Christian.
true Christian. There's
There
no such thing as a
is.
true Christian. There's only
There
different
is.
Christians.
There
No
is.
one is a good
There
enough
is.
standard. There is no Christian that
That's
is a good
why.
enough standard for you to judge other Christians by. Who is the standard for a Christian?
What do you mean? Who's the standard for Christians?
Who is the standard? What is the standard example of what a Christian should be like? Who is the example of
It is
that?
what it is whatever the Holy Spirit tells you at that time
Nah,
to
brother,
do.
no, bro. The reason why you have a standard is so that it's the same across all spectrums, right? If something is not the same across all spectrum, it's not called a standard. That's not a standard. A standard means what is a standard for someone to be considered a human being, and what is the standard for
Okay.
someone to be considered an animal. There is a standard. So, what is the standard for Christianity? Who is the standard?
What do you mean? Who's the standard?
Who is the
Your
perfect
question.
Christian?
Your question
Who is the perfect
is
Christian?
not
Who is
is
who is
not is not making sense.
brother? My question is not making sense because you don't want to answer, right? I am asking you, for example, if I say, who is the standard for what a good president should be? Some people will say Obama,
Yeah.
some people will say Trump, some people will say Reagan, some people will say JFK, some people will say
Yes.
Obasanjo, some people will say Goodluck Jonathan, some people will say Buhari. So what is the
So
standard for what a Christian should be? I'm asking you, what is the standard? Who is the standard for what a
there
Christian
is
should be?
no standard. Let you see
Okay,
what you
fine.
just
Oh,
said.
hold up.
Wait, wait, wait.
Relax,
What you
relax,
just
relax,
said.
relax.
You
Brother,
just made
brother,
an example of
relax,
different presidents.
relax,
No, but
relax, bro.
we have to stick on one
Relax,
point. Let's stick on one
relax.
point, solve that point,
And if
and then we'll
can you
continue.
relax for a moment?
I'm chilled. You are the
You
one
have just
who's
told
asking a
me.
question,
You have just
and
told
when
me
I
that there's
give
no
you an
standard.
answer, there is
You
no
have just told me
standard.
that there's no standard. So if there's no
There
standard, what does
is
that mean?
no
Everybody
standard.
does what they want. That means that everyone
What
does
the
what they
Holy
want.
Spirit
When
tells them.
no,
What
you
the
don't know if it's the
Holy
Holy Spirit.
Spirit
That's
tells
you.
them.
You are just
You have
imagining that
to.
is the Holy Spirit, but you don't know what's in other people's hearts. You, my friend, Mr. Zondo, you don't know what is in another man's heart. You only know what's in your heart. You cannot tell me that the Holy Spirit is what's
Exactly.
making somebody else do
Exactly.
something, right? When people do things,
Listen.
people do it on their own discretion. The fact that there's no
As
standard in Christianity, meaning that a person is a Christian just because they claim to be. You cannot tell if it's a person is a Christian based on
you
their
know,
behavior.
my man, you just made a great example on presidents.
Brother,
You know,
brother,
let's stick on
we
that.
are not going to
You
talk
said
about presidents. If you want,
what is the standard
hold
of
up, hold up.
fella?
If you want to talk
You
about
have
the
to let me
president,
talk as well.
if you
You
want
have
to
to
talk
let
about
me
the
talk as
president
well.
analogy, if you want to talk about the president analogy, tell me the last thing I just said. If not, you can drop. What was the last thing? What's the last point I made? If you were listening to me, I will respect you by listening to you. But if you cannot tell me the last thing I just said, you can drop. And thank you for your time.
You said that there must be a standard, right? And I'm telling you, there is no standard. There is no borderline and black and white when it comes to any religion. Matter of fact, but the religion that I know, which is Christianity, there is no standard. You do not make the rules.
All right,
In
brother.
order to
Like I
be,
said, I
in
like to
order,
stay true to my word. That was not the last thing I said. I'm staying true to my word. Thank you for the conversation, okay? If you want me to listen to you and let you talk, don't try to force an idea to the point where you stop listening to me because you're now asking me to do to you like what you're not willing to do to me. If you want me to listen
no,
to you, you should listen to me first. Thank you for your
at the
time,
end
okay?
of the
Come back next
day,
time. Okay?
it's your
Thank you.
channel,
Just
my
come.
man.
Just come back next time, okay? If not, if you don't want to come back next time, I can also block you. But I don't have time to talk to someone who's not willing to treat me in the same way that I'm treating
Yeah,
them. But that's fine.
can
Okay,
you see? There's a pattern here. There's a pattern here that everyone who
brother,
comes here, you are
respectfully,
not clear
respectfully,
with those
brother,
people.
hold up. I'm
You are
telling you
not
respectfully,
clear.
the
A
conversation is
pattern is
over,
starting to form. I've been
brother. Can
listening
you
to you.
say, brother? I have said
But
thank you for the conversation. Why can you not just accept the fact that I no longer want to talk to you and I say thank you for thank you for your time. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm just telling you that I
no,
don't want
no,
to talk to
no,
you
no.
anymore, and
I
you can leave.
understand, but
Okay,
if
please, if you
you can
understand that,
see,
can you stop
there's
talking
a
and leave?
pattern that is
Can you stop
forming,
talking and leave?
whereby
Can you
you
stop
cannot
talking?
answer
Can you stop
the
talking and leave?
question. You ask questions,
My brother,
we give you answers.
can you
We
not
give you
leave?
answers to your questions,
Brother,
and
I no
you
longer
keep
want you
on
to talk. I
you,
just
you,
want you to leave. Can you
you
not
keep
just leave?
on you know you keep on hiding.
Brother, with
You're
all due
hiding.
respect, why can't you just leave? I want you to leave. Well, you had to get yourself muted by one of the moderators. That's what you get. Listen, y'all, you're not forced to talk to me, and I'm not forced to talk to you. If you don't like the way I talk, don't send a request. But I'm not gonna bend my will to your will when you come up here and you don't show me the same respect that I show you. If you couldn't remember the last thing I said, guess what? Of course you can say I keep hiding. I don't expect someone that disagrees with me to give me compliments. Your words are nothing. That's why you don't know what a bakanga is. The fact that you think that anything you say really matters to me is because you don't know what a bakanga is. But those who know what a bakanga is, those are those who are enlightened. Okay? Those who are awake. Go and create your own show. Nya, 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 nya. Have you ever noticed why these religious people don't like when somebody else is in charge? Religious people don't like when somebody else is in charge. They want to be in charge. They think that they're the ones that God has given the right to speak uninterrupted. And if they don't control the narrative, they can't have a conversation. They can't have a conversation where somebody else calls the shots. I'm calling the shot on Bakanga's show. You're going to talk to me based on how I want you to talk, right? If you don't want to, then don't send a request. It's fair. It's just fair. What's up, Michael? Please go straight to the point. You have literally a few minutes. Not even up to a minute. What's up? Hello, Michael? All right, Michael's not up. Michael's cooking.
Bro,
Bro, go straight to your point, bro.
Bakanga. Yeah, bro.
Bakangalizing.
So what's up?
Bakanga is bakangalizing. I'm just here bakangalizing. What is on my head is the seal of Bakanga. That's what's on my head. Yo, Alpha, I can't hear you, bro. What's up?
I can hear you.
What do you have for me, bro? I'm waiting for you to say something.
Bro. You know, same old, man. I don't know why.
You don't
I
have
don't know
much
why
to
you're in
say.
denial, man. I don't know why you're in denial, bro. I don't know.
I don't know why you
I
think I'm
said
in
I don't know
denial.
why you're in
So
denial.
sure, and I don't know why you think that God doesn't live in your imagination. Can you prove to us that God does not live in your imagination?
He might. Yeah, a lot of things live in our imaginations or in our consciousness. People live in our imaginations. You.
Yeah, that's why
There are
God,
people
and I'm
around you
telling
that you know
you,
that
and you're
they also.
right.
Yep.
People live in your imagination, so does God. But the problem is that people also live in the real world. But for you, God only lives in your imagination. You will never find God anywhere else.
within our scope of existence, for sure. You can't find God
You don't
within
know
our own
anything,
scope of
but whether you
existence.
say within our scope of existence or not, you don't know that there's anything outside our scope of existence. All I'm telling you is that the idea of God is imaginary. It's created by the human
Can
imagination.
can I give you an analogy? Let's say a
If
murder
the
was
analogy is going
committed,
to take more than 20 seconds,
and
don't give it.
no, it is not gonna take more than that. Let's say a murder is
Okay.
committed. Forensics come to the crime scene. There was no DNA found, no trace of evidence to identify who committed the murder. Does that mean there was no murderer, or does that mean no crime was committed?
Listen, let me tell you a secret. If a crime is committed and the criminal is never caught, what that means is that there's no criminal. What are you going to do? You're going to crucify a random person? You're going to just point out someone that looks
Exactly.
suspicious? No. Listen, bro. If you don't catch a criminal, if you cannot prove the criminal, there is no criminal. What makes a person a criminal is the evidence. What makes God real is not the fact that there is a God, it's the evidence that there is a God. If there's no evidence that there is a God, there is no God. You
There is
cannot
a
falsely
murderer, but
accuse
there's
someone.
just
Listen, bro. Yes, you can, exactly.
lack
There
of
is a murder.
evidence. Lack of
Listen,
evidence
bro.
is not the same as.
Listen. When you don't have evidence of who the murderer is, you can only imagine that there is a murderer. You don't know if it was murder.
Exactly.
Murder is not the
No,
only
but
way that people die. Not every
the
crime
crime
scene is
scene.
a not every crime scene when someone is dead is a murder. It could be a suicide. Maybe the reason why you cannot find forensics, maybe the reasons why you can't find evidence is because it's actually not a murder, it's a suicide. Maybe it's an accidental
But
death, right? So
there have been a
hold
lot
up,
of
hold up, bro. Hold
cases.
up, bro. This is your analogy. Remember, this
Okay.
is your analogy. If you
Yeah.
cannot find forensics, if you cannot find evidence to prove that a person was murdered, you don't assume that it was a murder. You have to look into other options. There are other possibilities. And the other possibility is that it could be a suicide. Now, if you don't see a God and there's no evidence to support that there is a God, that simply means that there is another explanation. Boom.
But
Did
what
you
if
get
the
it?
person called
Now
earlier
you
on
get it.
saying? What if the person called? What if the person called 911 earlier saying there's someone in my apartment trying to hurt me?
Okay. A person that's committed suicide could set it up to make it look like it's a murder, and the investigator's job is to see through
No.
deception.
Let's just say that is what happened. The person called
Yeah,
that
bro,
someone is
that
in
is
an apartment.
circumstantial. That is circumstantial evidence, but that evidence is not enough to convict anyone. Because if you tell us that there's someone in your apartment, and then we come and find you hanging from the ceiling, I mean, the evidence suggests that it's a suicide.
Exactly. In that case, you might consider suicide, right? But what if the crime scene
Bro,
depicts murder?
if the crime scene depicts murder, then you still have to find the murderer. If you don't find the murderer, you don't have anything.
But that doesn't mean there wasn't a murderer, right?
No, it means no. It means that there's no murderer.
It
Until you can
just
find the
means it
murderer, it
just
means there's
means
no
you don't have
murder.
evidence. It just means you don't have evidence to tie down a particular person.
Bro, if you don't have evidence to tie it on a particular person, then it could be anything. What proves that there is a murder is if there is evidence. The lack of evidence is not proof. It's proof that nothing happened. That is the uniqueness of evidence. That is the essentiality of evidence. Evidence is not for show. Evidence is not something that you can do without. Evidence is an absolute necessity in proving reality.
You know, there
Reality
is a
cannot be
way.
proven.
There is a.
Nothing can be proven to be real without evidence.
What if they found there was a struggle? You will know a murder like by the way it
Bro,
happened. There
you
was a
can you
struggle
can you
and
can
stuff
you
like
can
that.
what if all you want. You can what if, you can detect, you can detective, you can repetitive, you can do anything you want to. Unless you can prove who the murderer is, there is no murder, there's no case. It's called a cold case. You know how many cases have never been solved in this world because they never caught the criminal? So all we
Exactly.
know is that no, hold up, bro. All we can do is assume that we know what happened, but we don't really know what happened. And that's why we don't, bro. The fact that we cannot find evidence of the murderer shows that we don't know what happened. It is the evidence that we have that proves that we know what happened. So we cannot say that there was a murder if we cannot prove that there was a murderer. We need to be able to prove that there was a murderer. We don't assume that it's a murder just because someone is dead.
You
You
know,
don't assume that there is a
there
God.
is standard.
You don't assume that there is a God just because you don't know who made the earth. That's a fallacy.
What is our universe contingent on? What is our universe contingent on?
It's contingent on nothing. You don't know. Nobody knows what the universe is. to
No,
know what it's
our
contingent
universe is
on.
actually contingent on the Big Bang.
The universe, the Big Bang is a theory.
Do you
The
know
universe
that?
is contingent on nothing. Nobody knows what the universe is. The idea of the universe is 110% only imaginary. It's not an absolute
No,
fact.
scientifically, it has been
Scientifically, there's
scientifically
no
proven. The
universe.
Big Bang
No, there's
is
no
our
proof.
universe
There's
is
no proof.
contingent on the Big Bang,
No, there's not.
bro.
It's all theories.
Bro.
But thank you for your
But
time,
this
bro.
theory has actually
Let me go on
proven
to
to
the
be
next
true.
guest, bro. Let me go on to the next guest. It's always fun to talk with you, bro. Thank you for your time, okay?
All right, bro. Stay safe,
I
bro.
need to rush, bro. You too. God only exists in your imagination, people. If you want to know about Bakanga, you have to tell me why. If you're a Christian, you're not worthy. If you're a Muslim, you're not worthy. You're not worthy. I know you want to know what Bakanga is. But Bakanga is not for the feeble-minded. Humbongo bongo. Oh bongo bongo. Oh bongo bongo. Oh bongo bongo. Listen, how are you gonna say to hell with Bakanga? There's no hell. Hell is in your imagination. What's up, life? What's going on?
I'm cool. How are you?
I'm chilling, man. Just over here enjoying heaven and hell in my imagination. How about you?
I'm doing safe.
Jesus is coming back in your imagination only. Let us know when Jesus comes in your imagination, okay?
It's been a while I've been on your show, though. I'm glad I'm here today.
Bro.
I've had a lot of fun. It's good interacting with these people. Oh, God. You see, what I want people
Bakanga
to
is
know
a
is this.
state of nothing. It's not a state of mind. It is a state of
It's a
nothing.
state of nothing. And
Yes.
nothing is eternal. Thank you. So, this is what I want people to know. Yes, God exists only in their imagination. No,
How is that
no
a bad
one.
thing? That's a good thing. That's a very good thing.
It's simple. So no one actually have seen God. So I always tell these Christians and Muslims that look, in the beginning, men created, whether there was a beginning or there was not, men created their own gods in their own image. Every god that we have on earth was created by men. We have not seen God, any God creating man, but we have seen men creating their own God. Muhammad
Exactly.
created his own Allah. The Jews created their own Jehovah. Later on, the Romans decided to create another form of it, which is the Jesus that they are so saying is the way. Everything is imaginary. All these things does not exist anywhere that you can point me to. You understand? So I don't. You see,
My great
there are
prophet,
some.
prophet life. I don't even have time. And it seems to me like you're not disagreeing with me. So I'll just let your words be like the words of prophecy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a prophet of Bakanga. This brother here, go and follow him if you want to get more about some Bakanga prophecies. With the play now, with the play. Look, bro. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. But what I will tell you is that you see the way I'm sweating. Hey, Kogo
Yeah.
Biako. You see my hairline. This religious people will not go easy on me. Oh. Hey, not easy
They are
on
on
me.
me.
Oh. But bro,
They are on
let
me
me bring
every blessed
you.
every day. They are on me.
I want you to stay on 1 second. Let me bring the next guest. Just stay on. You and I were done, but you stay on. Let me bring on this next guest. See something. What's up, small
Wow, my
doctor?
brother.
What's cooking?
How are you? I'm alright.
Bakanga. Forever.
You good? You good?
I'm fantastic.
Can you hear me?
I can hear
Alright,
you.
one thing I just want to know, one thing I'm curious about is, yeah, you said God lives in an imagination, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you are asking, they should point to one place where God is, right?
Yeah.
All right. To me, yeah, I'm not. I would say I can't say too much about religion, right? But one thing I want to point to is Bakanga. Is it imaginary as well?
You decide for yourself.
How am I to decide for myself? Okay, wait. And he made one statement earlier. He said Bakanga is not for, if you're a Christian, you are not eligible to know what Bakanga is, or if you're a Muslim, you're
No.
not eligible to know what Bakanga is, right? And you're on a
Right.
public space trying to preach Bakanga. So, who other people do you want them? Who do you want them to accept who or what Bakanga is?
I don't want anybody to accept Bakanga, but anybody that sees Bakanga and they listen to me and they can understand me, they already know what Bakanga is. They don't need me to explain it. You see, all the people who come up here and they agree with me, I've never had a conversation with them. I've never told them that this is what Bakanga is. They just understand because they don't have they don't have an indoctrination. When a person has an indoctrination, they will be asking me what Bakanga means, right? But
No, okay.
everybody, ah, there are some things in this world that are imaginary and there are some things that are real. Can you
Okay.
imagine what nothing is? Can you imagine what nothing is?
No.
Uh-huh. That
So
answers
That is
you.
Bakanga.
it
That
takes
is
me
That
back to
answers
Bakanga.
what.
Bakanga.
That
So
is Bakanga.
it takes me back to what you just said, right? Okay. If you feel Bakanga is nothing, to me, I would love to know what Bakanga is to start with, right? But
I will
since you
tell you
said
what Bakanga is since you have asked so nicely. Are you a Christian?
I'm nothing,
You are
You are
nothing.
what?
I'm
He said
nothing,
it's nothing.
Oh, okay. I guess I cannot help you. I cannot help
and
you
why?
now.
And why?
How can you help someone that needs no help?
I need. Wait, hold on. You are twisting this thing here. Okay, I
Bro,
told you I'm nothing.
you just said to
Okay,
me that
sorry.
you're nothing. So how can I
Yeah, I
teach
told you.
nothing? How can
I
I teach
told you.
nothing?
I told you I'm nothing because I can just tell you, okay, I have something like I can just create something in my head. The same way you said Bakanga, I can just say, okay, I have something like Highlander, and Highlander is the way.
Live Stone. Can you talk to this guy? Talk to this guy for 10 seconds.
I'll be willing to listen.
What do I even say to this guy? You want to know what Bakanga is, and you yourself, you are nothing. You said you are nothing already. So I don't know where to start from. What am I going to
Yeah,
teach
because
you?
he asked what religion do I do, and I said I'm not doing any religion. Is that supposed to be a
You
crime?
said you are nothing. You are not part of any religion, or you are nothing.
Yeah, yeah. Is it supposed to be a crime that I don't practice any religion?
No,
No,
that's
it's
a
not a
good thing.
crime. That's a
That's
good
why I'm
thing.
telling you
That's
that
why we are
I
here.
don't qualify to teach you. If you're nothing, then I don't qualify to teach you. I am the one
If
who's
you are
not
not,
qualified. In this
yeah,
situation, I'm not qualified. That's what makes
yes.
you and I equal. So I cannot say, hey,
Yeah.
let me teach him because I'm not intelligent enough to teach you. If you are nothing, how do you teach nothing?
So
Right? It's only when if I think you are beneath me, then I'll begin to try to teach you. But I don't think you are
yeah.
beneath me because you have already told me what you are. You told me you are nothing. How can I compare myself with nothing? How can I teach nothing? How can I educate nothing? Nothing means you are within your own realm. You know, you are out of my
Yeah.
reach. And I can only know you based on what you tell me. That is Bakangalization
Okay,
in a nutshell. That is
okay, okay.
Bakangalization in a nutshell.
So
Oh, so
you
basically,
are Bakanga,
what you're
okay?
insinuating is right. Somebody that has no tie to any religion is a Bakanga.
You have said it, not me. Whatever you see, I'm
You
leaving it up to
said
your
it.
imagination. Just imagine what you want. All I know is that you told me that you are nothing, and after you told me that, I know what to do, and I need to do nothing.
Okay, my brother, me, I would like to let us meet at a parallel line. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, right? Because you are telling me Bakanga is not okay. I accept the fact that I understand the fact that he said I'm nothing and you can't teach nothing. If that makes sense. So to me, I feel okay. I am baseless right now, and I want to know more, to be factual. Yeah, because me, I was still having a conversation with one guy 2 days ago about religion, what not, what yes, and all of those things. Yeah, and I told him what I believe in, which he is actually saying some senses in, but it's not easy to tell someone,
So
okay, this
so
is it
so
and
you
that's that.
believe in something, bro. You believe in something, right?
Which is myself.
You believe in yourself.
Yeah,
Okay.
Is that
that was
belief?
that.
Is that belief in your imagination?
Say that again.
Is that belief in your imagination?
Definitely. How am I to reason without my imagination? It's not possible.
Uh-huh. So as long as you know that, what else do you need?
I
Then you
need to
don't
know
need anything.
Bakanga.
That is
I told you that
Bakanga.
Bakanga means nothing.
Nothing.
So yeah, so you expect me to live this life being baseless? To be living this life being
Ah,
baseless? Like I
what
should
is
have
the
the
basis of
imagine.
nothing? Brother, the word Bakanga means nothing.
It means nothing, and nothing is
Okay,
eternal. That is all.
Nothing is
okay,
whatever you want it to be. That's why it's nothing.
okay. I've heard you, my brother, because I don't think you are meeting at the same point. Because you are telling
No,
me
no, no. I
Bakanga is
have
not
I have met you. I have come to you all the way. I am telling you. You just cannot believe what I'm telling you. Bakanga means nothing.
Nothing.
I'm
Then
not
okay.
tricking
Wait.
you. It means
No, I'm not.
nothing.
nothing.
No. You can't even trick me to start with. What I'm saying is, you are saying Bakanga is nothing. Okay, where do you derive the name Bakanga from? Sorry,
Nothing from nothing.
Nothing.
bro, bro. Do you know Bella? You're a mental star. Don't worry.
Brother, you see why I was saying that if you are religious, you cannot understand what I'm saying now.
I'm not being
Because
religious. I
this is
don't.
this
I
is
wait.
beyond this is beyond the point of indoctrination. This is not for people
But
who don't have the ability to
small
accept
doctor.
reality. To be
Okay,
Bakanga,
okay,
you
brother.
need to be able to accept reality.
Okay, brother. Have I spoken to you since we started this conversation? Have I spoken to you as someone being religious?
Ah, it depends. I never try to assume anything. But my question to you is simple. I have told you what Bakanga means. What else do you need from me?
Okay, it's fine. Since Bakanga, so tomorrow I think I'll start a talk show and tell people about Highland as well.
Ah, you can do anything you want.
That's what you want to do. No one is forcing you. No
In a
one is
So
world, in a
stopping you.
world, in a world where there's Bakanga, I don't tell you what to do.
No.
Nobody tells you what to do.
so can I ask you a question? Sorry, can I go on?
You may Bakangalize.
Pray. I want. Oh God, how does something? Please, sis, is there something that gives fortune? Is there something that gives um um uh long longevity? Is there something that gives um um okay, let me just say, is there something okay, yeah, I think I found the perfect thing. Okay, when we die, right? What's okay, I want to know the meaning of death. When we die, where do we go to? What's the essence of dying? What's the essence of death? What's I want to know your own thought about that.
So my question to you is,
Because to
actually,
me
actually, let me give you the answer.
because to
After
me
death,
I've
there's
tried.
nothing but Bakanga.
Okay.
There's nothing but Bakanga
There's
after
nothing.
death. But anyways, what is the definition of death to you?
That's what I'm saying. I was about saying something before you called me, sure. But what I'm saying is, to me, I, I've tried to imagine all of these things in my head. Look, okay, after death, what next? Is there life after death? Is there this after that? Is there? So to me, I can't find a definition to death already. So that's what I'm. So that's I've been on this with you for like 4 or 5 hours now. To be fair, so I just I just said like, okay, for me, yeah, for my status, I wouldn't have just sent a request to come on live or whatever. But regardless, there's nobody's an island. You understand? So to me now, so why I'm asking about all
Bro,
of
how
these
can you take
questions.
so long to ask a question? Hey!
What question did you ask me? Sorry.
No, I said, how can you take so long to ask a question?
Yeah, because I was finding the most suitable way to ask you because I know you. You can just twist anything and just tell me it's Bakanga. Yeah, because I see I've studied you since because I know. See, you've I know I like you. You've done your assignment very well. You have your questions. You have your counter attacks. It's just like a boxer. You have your counter attacks, you have your jab, you have your kick, everything ready. So any corner everybody is coming from, you just have an answer for that. And at some point, I think, to be fair, yeah, I think you shy away from some questions as well. I don't have those questions for you to shy away from, but I think there are some people that have asked you some sort of questions earlier and you shied away from. But regardless,
It's
maybe
not
also
that
just
it's not that I will not answer a person's question. I just have a policy that if someone begins to say I'm not letting them talk, like you see, for example, with you, I've been letting you talk, right? So let's say for a minute that you say something in the next 1 minute and I interrupt you, and then you open your mouth and start saying you're not letting me talk. At that moment, I'll become uninterested in talking to you
no
because
no no no
you're
no.
being ungrateful for the fact that no, I know that. I'm
I'm
not
not gonna
saying
even
you.
do
I'm
that.
saying everybody else.
Okay.
Every time you hear a person saying that, oh, I've asked you a question you didn't want to answer, it's because the person was doing that while ignoring my question. That's why I always ask them, what's the last thing I said? If you can't tell me the last thing I said, you weren't paying attention. So now I'm giving you the
Yeah.
opportunity to ask me questions. And I'm waiting for you to ask me a question. And it took you 2 minutes and you haven't been able to ask me. So it means you have no questions. You're a true Bakanga. You have no questions. Thank you for your time, okay, brother. Let me go on to
My
the next guest,
brother,
because if not, we'll spend all
my
day here.
brother, sharp, sharp. I appreciate you. Blessings, my
No,
brother.
no.
Keep on
Yeah, thank you,
sharp.
thank you. Bakanga loves
Brother
you, and Satan loves
Bakanga,
you too.
Bakanga loves you, okay?
and
Highlander love you
and
too.
and and Satan loves you too. Oh yeah, Islander loves me too. Whatever is in your imagination, it's okay.
Superman
All right,
loves
sharp.
you, Spider-Man
Oh
loves you too,
yeah,
okay? Even Iron Man loves you.
Superman, Batman.
Yeah,
All right, life.
Batman loves
Thank you for your
you.
time. Okay, Lifestone. I appreciate you.
All right, all right, all right.
All right, bro. Listen, y'all, I understand that your profoundness, but don't take 2 minutes to ask a question, y'all. Ask your question directly. The imagination cannot be created. What's going on, Gigi?
Yeah, what up? All right,
What's cooking,
so
man?
I'm there. So I'm a Christian, right? And it's not about war, right? So I'm listening to your revelation, and I just have a question, right? So you have on the like Bakanga is the way, and then Jesus is not the way, right? And
Yep.
God is only in the imagination. Now, your imagination is not perfect. And you, as an individual, can be in a state where you think you fully understand something, and it turns out that it's not perfect in its thoughts. Even science, they will think they have something perfectly mapped out and understood, and it turns out to be, hey, we had it all wrong in the first place. So, my question is, Bakanga, how do I convert to Bakanga? Because it's like this whole idea that hey, you have a situation where, to me, religion, right? Religion is something that people they will try to argue over, right? But truth is what should prevail, right? Truth is what should prevail. And for me, within myself, I have experienced the truth, which is in Christianity. I'm not here to try to convert anybody to be like, here it is. You need to convert to Christianity because that is my truth, right? I respect your truth. I am not here to
come and debate and say, hey, what you're saying is wrong. Because I listen. And at the end of the day, humans have a right to choose what they want to choose. And that is the bottom line of true Christianity. Because you will see in the States, you'll see in different countries. I'm from Trinidad, right? You'll see in different countries, the way that Christianity is portrayed is as though, like, it's all about ruling, but that's not what the intention was about. You understand what I'm saying? And you will find that there is a constant war when Christianity is not even about the person doing laws and abiding by these different things, but it's really about you as the individual. And if we cannot, as you said, show love as true Christians, well, then you feel big time. And to me, it's a real indictment on Christianity that it's not representing what is being preached. And the reason why I came on is just to let you know, bro, as I'm not saying I'm a perfect Christian, but as a Christian, for me, I want to prove everything. So Bakanga needs to be proven as just and true. If it is, let it be so. If Muslims is just and true, let the evidence, as you said, prove that it's just and it's so. If it is, as it relates to any different thing that exists, as we say, because there's a lot of religions out there. So now it begs the question, which one is the right religion? Now, I'm not here to debate and say, you need to convert to this. I am just saying, whatever is just and whatever is true, let that prevail in whatever you have to do as an individual. You understand? So much love. As I said, it's just a sad truth how Christianity is now, I realize it's under a lot of attack. And it's because of the humans that represent what it's supposed to be. They have a false representation.
But brother, I've kind of listened to you for a little bit. And you didn't land on any specific point. So I'm gonna ask you. Do you understand that God only lives in your imagination?
I will honestly disagree, but I would also say I will agree partially, because in the Bible it also teaches that you are made in His image and His likeness, and it also teaches that when Christ died and resurrected, that the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit, lies within you. So in terms of the way that you reason, the desires that you have in your heart, the way that you perceive things, God could be manifested even in that.
But nobody has desires as don't come from the heart. Now listen carefully to my words. Listen carefully to my words. What you are calling the heart is really what is the imagination. Desires come from your imagination. Spirits only dwell in the imagination. So the word for spirit in the Bible that the translators twisted and confused you, and because most of you are sheep, you don't know how to think for yourselves. That word is really imagination. God is not a man. God is an imagination. God is an imaginary thought. When Jesus died, He continued to live on. Listen, Jesus continued to live on in the imagination of men. Yes. So when He died, He continued to live on in the imagination of His disciples. That was the resurrection. He resurrects in your imagination. It's all in your imagination. It's not real in the tangible reality of the five senses. These are all things that are imaginary. Now, it tells you that God has prepared things for human beings that they could not imagine. So that tells you that the things that God has prepared for you don't even exist. They're out of the realm of imagination. Imagination is real. Imagination is what you call subjective reality. But it is only real inside a person. So no two human beings have the same imagination, the same way as no two human beings have the same fingerprint. Everybody's imagination is different.
Right. So let me ask you a question.
The God in your head is different from the God in my head, and it's different from the God in your pastor's head. No two people can have the same God. It's impossible. People always imagine it differently.
Right. So my question to you now, therefore, you are an imagination.
From your perspective, yeah. But
No.
listen, hold up. I am an imagination from your perspective, both only in your imagination and also outside of your imagination. So I am a thing that lives in your imagination and outside your imagination. For example,
But
right
I'm
now,
hearing you. I'm hearing you
no,
tangibly,
but
though. I'm hearing you.
yeah, you're hearing me, but you can't, and you can see me, but I'm hearing you, but I can't see you. So I have to imagine what you look like based on your voice, and I'm imagining it, and it's real, right? Now, if you turn on your camera, I won't have to imagine what you look like using your picture, but you don't have to
Right.
imagine what
Correct.
I look like because you don't have to imagine what I look like because you can see me.
Correct.
So your brain,
So
so your mind goes directly to the image is not created by your mind. The image exists outside of your mind. So your
right.
mind
So let
borrows
me
the
let me.
image.
I love your chain of thought. I love your chain of thought. So as it relates to the imagination, right? You brought up a valuable point. There are times where someone might be constantly talking about someone. They'll be like, I have this person who I'm working with, and they constantly calling that name. And as an individual, as you said, you will imagine how that person is, right? You will imagine, hey, they sound like they're tall, they sound like, they probably have blue eyes. So you have a picture in your mind as it relates to how that person may look based on what it is you're hearing. And even if you hear the person speak, now there comes a time when you finally meet that person and you realize, hey, this is not what I envisioned in my head. And my thing is, as it relates to what you're saying about God, like Jesus Christ is the embodiment of flesh. And the fact that he's the embodiment of flesh, yeah, nobody could say, okay, Jesus has this, and they basically say he has long hair. Nobody could say that, right? Because we weren't there at that particular time. But you hear people speak about him, and you could envision in your mind, as you said, the imagination. You
Sorry, y'all. I'm experiencing some technical issues. I don't know where he went, but you have to hold up. I was experiencing some technical issues. Some technical issues, y'all. This is some real technical issues. So hold up. Give me a minute. All right. Wakanda forever. Now listen, y'all. There's no atheists here. There's no atheists here. There's no atheists here in Bakanga land. But we don't mind atheists. We don't have any problem with atheists. I have no problem with atheists. But I have a lot of problems with theists. Atheists don't go around trying to force their belief on other people. Bakanga means nothing. And a person who is religious cannot imagine what Bakanga is like. Because in their mind, their imagination is full of imaginary gods and imaginary friends. Bakanga is the way. Jesus is not the way. God only exists in your imagination. And no one today has been able to prove me wrong. So I'll have to come back tomorrow again so that somebody can attempt to try and prove me wrong. But nobody can prove me wrong. Okay? My words are final. My words are a final declaration. I have declared that Jesus is not the way. So go and share this good news. If you're a Christian, go and share this good news with your Christian friends. Tell them Jesus is not the way. Jesus cannot save you. Jesus has never saved anyone. Jesus is just an idea that lives in your imagination without paying rent. God exists, yes, in your imagination. Only in your imagination. There is no God outside of your imagination. Changing? What am I changing? I'm not changing anything. God is imaginary, and God doesn't exist in our real world. Oh yeah, I'm sweating because it takes a lot of work to deal with these Christians. You know, dealing with indoctrinated people is like going to war. It's a battle, not for the weak-minded. But I am still waiting on someone to come up here and come and prove to me that God does not live in their imagination. You Christians, you know what? Let me put on my mic. Let me put on my microphone because I think you really need to hear the bass. The umbongo umbongo. Huh? My Christian people. This is the truth that will set you free. This truth that I'm about to share with you right now will radically transform your life. This is the gospel, the true gospel. The good news of Jesus Christ is that Jesus lives in your imagination. And anyone that imagines Jesus will be saved. Anyone that imagines Jesus will be saved. You will only be saved if you imagine what Jesus is like. You understand that, right? Anyone that lacks imagination cannot imagine Jesus. But those who believe in Jesus have imagined Jesus. He's an imaginary character in your imaginary brain. Some of you imagine him as a black man. That's why some of you have black Jesus. Some of you imagine him as a white man. That's why some of you have white Jesus. Some of you try to imagine him as an Arab man. The inhabitants of the Middle East today are Arabs. Those are not the original inhabitants of that land. So if you think that Jesus looks like what those people over there look today, you're being delusional. They were going to create Israel in Uganda, but they did not want people to think that black people are Jews. So they decided to go to a place that's not necessarily white and it's not necessarily black. If they would have created Israel in Uganda the way they originally wanted to do, people today will be thinking that black people are the original Israelites. But the European rulers of this world, they had a smart idea. Let us put Israel in the Middle East. They created Israel out of nothing. There was no ancient country called Israel. The existence of Israel is not a historical fact. The group of people that we know as Jews are real people, but they were not in that location called Israel 2,000 years ago. Absolutely not. You can hate me. You can hate me all you want. But the stories in the Bible are fiction. There was no Israel, there was no Moses, and there was no Abraham. Those people did not exist. Okay? If Abraham existed, Africans would be singing about Abraham in their traditional songs. If Moses was real, Africans would be singing about Moses in their traditional songs for generations before Christianity came. No African knew about Abraham. If Abraham was real, Africans would know about him traditionally. This is all European and Jewish propaganda. Don't mind Kanye West. Kanye West cannot talk against the Jews because if he talks, they will threaten to take away his wealth and his money. What can they take from me? The only thing they can take from me is my life. And even that will not shut me up. There are people that rule the world. And most of you are at sleep because you are busily waiting for somebody to show up running on the clouds. You really think that Jesus does not live in your imagination? When you imagine Jesus walking on water, what image comes to your mind? When I tell you that Jesus walked on water, what image do you imagine in your mind? Is it different from Superman spitting fire out of his eyes? Is Jesus any different from Superman? It says that his eyes were like fiery flames in Revelation. His foot was like burnished bronze. That sounds like Captain Marvel to me. It sounds to me like the flame guy from Fantastic Four. Imagination. Your God lives there. If you want to know what Bakanga means nothing. Now use your imagination. No. This is an awakening. This is an awakening. It's in your. I'm giving you perspective. Any person that is religious, you should be thanking me because I just set you free from the lie that God lives in your heart. God lives in my heart. I am convicted in my heart. There's no. Your heart is a blood vessel. It's an organ. There's no conversion. There's nothing happening in your heart but the pumping of blood and air. That heart that you're talking about is your imagination. Your imagination is ground zero. That's where things are born out of nothing. And that image of God in your mind was born out of nothing. The Jesus Christ you are worshiping while you're sleeping on the bed, or while you're dancing in church, is not different from the Jesus Christ that the atheist rejects when he's sleeping on the bed. It's all in the imagination. So when a person calls themselves an atheist, it's literally like you're trying to reject something that another person's imagined. Why will I say your God does not exist in your imagination? Of course your God exists in your imagination. You know, in your imagination, God is real. God is there. He's your best friend. He's your imaginary friend. He watches you when you're masturbating, when you're having sex, when you're lying. You know, all those things that you say God wants you to do, when you're not doing them, he's there watching you from your imagination. But as far as a God has sitting in heaven that will come running on the clouds, hey, Toto, that one, even your imagination, it's not real. Yeah, there will be no God coming on the clouds. That part we can agree on. The only clouds that God will be coming will be the clouds when you are high of marijuana or something. So when you get on cloud 9, then you can see Jesus coming. Oh, I love women. I love women. All these women keep giving me gifts. That's why I love women. Hey! All these men inside here, you're very selfish. Why are you selfish, man? Look at the way these sisters are blessing me. I should marry all of you people. I should marry all of you. For me, let me tell you guys, when I imagine heaven, let me tell you my imagination of heaven. Because remember, there is a heaven in your imagination and there is a heaven in my imagination. So let me tell you my imagination of heaven. First of all, in my imagination of heaven, there's no God. There's only me sitting on the throne. And then there's no angels. There's only women. In my heaven, there's only me and women. There's no animals. There's nothing else. It's just me and women. Oh, Brother Sean. I see you, Brother Sean. Don't worry, Brother Sean. You're not compelled. You already compliment me mentally. So yeah, in my imagination, I have a very good heaven for you. So if you're a man and you are a Christian, let me tell you something. That Christian heaven is not good enough. I can take you to my heaven. If you believe in me, I can lead you to a heaven where it's just you with women. What kind of man don't need it? Eh? And look, imagine any beautiful woman you want. Big boobs, big behind, small lips, big eyes, small eyes, plus size. Remember, in fact, if you're a black man, you don't mind 20 size. You don't mind 40 size. Eh? Any size. For me, I don't discriminate. Any size. So that's the heaven I want. That's the heaven I imagine. And when I imagine God, I imagine myself sitting on the throne of heaven. Just controlling, just swinging my finger, everything coming true. So if you are busily imagining a heaven where you are not the one sitting on the throne, you're wasting time. My blessings shall never end. If you are imagining a heaven where you are not the one sitting on the throne, you're wasting your time and somebody has made you their slave. You shouldn't want to go to a heaven where you are not the one sitting on the throne. Look, I'm not afraid of Judgment Day because I will be the judge. And let me tell you something, I will discriminate. I will let myself pass. I will not punish me for no reason. Yes. On Judgment Day, you want to know who the judge is? Me. No. I said, okay, you come here. So you're a fornicator. No, don't worry about it. So you're a liar. Don't worry about it. Come here. Take up. You can go to heaven. That's why I'm not going to your heaven that you've imagined. And everybody gets to go where they imagine. It's in the imagination. Shout out to you, Brother Sean. Nobody can prove me wrong. I challenge anyone, any Christian person that can come and prove to me that God doesn't live in your imagination. And if I'm tired, Sean can take over. But hey, if you don't know how to speak English, don't talk to Sean, cause this is funny, man. I love the fact that the show came in this direction. Listen, I'm not your enemy, Christian. Religious person, I'm not your enemy. I'm actually giving you perspective. I'm trying to show you how it is not you, it's not God who created you in his image. You created God in your image, and that's actually a good thing. That's not a bad thing. So now you should go and examine that God in your mind again and make him better. Create a better image of God in your mind. First of all, you can make God in your mind to be Donald Trump. Just make sure that he has real hair in your imagination. So when you imagine Donald Trump as God, make sure he has real hair. If you imagine Barack Obama, imagine him as a real black man. Let him among you that can contradict what I'm saying come forth. I dare and I challenge any indoctrinated person who believes in God, come and challenge me. Come and challenge me. Come and challenge this statement where I said God only lives in your imagination. You cannot. There is no human being on this earth that can prove to us that God does not live in their imagination. They will give you all types of evidence. And at the end of the day, it will all still be in their imagination. That's right. I am here to challenge any God, all principalities and powers, spiritual forces of Christianity and Islam. I am challenging you. Ephesians chapter 6. We do not battle against flesh and blood, but against principalities and power. Listen to me, my dear Bakangas. We do not battle against flesh and blood. We battle against Islam and Christianity ideologically in the imagination of the sheep. If you are a sheep, welcome to the butcher house. Today, you would know. You're going to learn today. I am here to butcher the false ideas of God that you have made in your mind. You need to create a God in your image. If you're a black man and your imagination of God is a white man, you are doomed. If you're a white man and your imagination of God is a black man, you are doomed. You are somebody's slave. If your imagination of God does not look like you, you are probably somebody's slave. I'm just letting you know. That is why when you try to escape, they send the dogs. They send the dogs after you. You want to know who the dogs are? Your former Christian brothers and sisters. They'll come after you. They'll tell you how you're a pagan. Oh, brother, the enemy has gotten you. How can you spend your whole life blaming Satan for your problems when Satan is an imaginary being? You have never met somebody. How can you spend your whole life blaming somebody you have never met for your problems? And then giving credit for every good thing that happens to you to someone you have never met. There is no such thing as free will. Free will is a myth. There's only free thought. There's only free thought. There's no free will, but there's free thought. You can freely think. The only thing that we have that's free is the freedom of thought. The X-Man. Xavier. The mind reader. Oh, yeah. Xavier is out here creating image of Magneto in your brains, right? Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, if there's no one else to challenge Bakanga, in my imagination, I'm not fighting against you. Okay, my Christian folks, I'm not fighting against you. I'm your Christian brother. Okay, I am your brother in Christ. The difference is that my Christ only lives in the imagination. And I think that your Christ also lives in your imagination. And I'm not expecting that Christ to come back unless I am making a comeback. Yeah, don't bring your wife around me. I will make a comeback. Anyways, that's what I'm saying. So please, my Christian brothers and sisters, it is offering time. And if the Lord has led in your heart to bless the Bakanga ministry these days, first of all, I don't accept money from unbelievers. If you don't believe in God, I don't want your money. Take your demonic money away. I only want money from those who have been sanctified by the blood of Jesus. Those who have been set apart by the grace of God. Please sow a seed in my life. In fact, I think it would be preferable if you send me your whole paycheck for next month. That would really help with the ministry. Because what the Lord is doing here, the Lord hasn't done it anywhere else. You know, this is the first place. So yes, those of you unbelievers, just keep your money to yourself. I think you need it to pay bills and pay rent. But if you understand that money is the root of all evil, then you understand that you must give that money to me if you're a believer. Too bad this bullshit that I just bullshitted will not work. I wish Christian people were that generous that they would just give it to me. The Bible says you should give to anyone that asks. There you go, Brother Sean. Don't kick me out of church, oh. I'm just asking the church to sow a seed in my life, my brothers and sisters in Christ. As we imagine the Lord today, may the Lord imaginarily inspire you to imaginarily give me some money and realistically also give me some money. Exactly. Tell me, brothers and sisters, do I not sound like the pastor that you imagined in your mind? Lekete. Sorobo sekele namasotolo. Listen, y'all. Did you know that if you sow $1,000 in my life, that $1,000 can be the reason why I end up accepting Christ as my personal Lord and Savior? Did you guys not know that? Do you, Christians, do you not know that if you sow $500 in my life, I can use that $500 to meet the next person that will preach the gospel to me? This is your opportunity to win a soul. Win a soul with your money. Y'all thought that winning souls was free. Who told you that? And free. Nah. You have to invest. It's an investment. It's an investment. Christ will bless you. When you get to heaven, Jesus will bless you. You have your own mansion. Nonsense. Our people have been indoctrinated, okay? Look at the world and look at the most powerful white people's government. You think that white people care about God when they're deciding which country they're going to bomb? No. Go to Europe. You think that they care about God when they're making their business? No. The people who brought you God don't even believe in God. They don't even need God. Why do you? It's time for you to wake up. I'm not saying that you shouldn't practice your rituals. I'm not saying don't go to church. I'm not saying don't pray. I'm not saying don't go to Bible. I'm just telling you that you really don't actually have to. But if you want to, that's fine. Some of you go to church because you're lonely. I understand that. Many of you Christians are lonely people, lonely human beings. If you didn't go to church, you will have no friends. So why would I tell you not to go to church? Please go to church, please. Whatever helps you emotionally, go to church. Go to church. Dance, shout, cry, do anything you want to do. As long as you understand that God only lives in your imagination and you don't have to do all those things. So if you feel like you don't have to go to church today, don't go to church and don't feel guilty. Most of you feel compelled to go to church because you're afraid that your friends will start judging you. So you have to put up this image, a facade, to hide the fact that you were just in the club last night. You really think those people in church are stupid? They can't smell the alcohol on you? You really think them folks in church can't smell the alcohol in you? No, you just gonna be like, I was tempted last night. There was a bottle of vodka sitting on my table, and the devil put it there. The devil, that old serpent, yeah, never mind. I'm pretty sure the devil did not put it there, and I'm pretty sure you was drinking because you was an alcoholic. But you just come to church on Monday and pretend to be the pastor. That's your role. That's your job, right? You're gonna get up in the morning. You're gonna pretend to be the pastor. Then you're gonna go over there and you're gonna get some dude to service you up. Then you're gonna get up on the stage and preach against homosexuality. You're gonna take the church money and you're gonna pay your bills. Then you're gonna get up on the stage and preach against greed. You're sleeping with your secretary. You're giving her that holy mondingo, the spear of the Lord. You're giving her the staff of authority. Most of your pastors out there are doing it. Most of your pastors are out there giving congregants the staff of the Lord, the scepter of righteousness, the divine mandingo. Your pastors are doing it. And they will still, listen, let me tell you the most messed up thing about pastors sleeping with people in church. So you come to find out your pastor has been sleeping with one of the church members for the last 5 years. Can you imagine all those teachings that your pastor was giving you that made you feel like, wow, this pastor is really inspired? You really think that he was giving you those things by inspiration? No. The only inspiration that your pastor is inspired is to tell you what he needs to tell you to make sure that you contribute money into the basket. Your pastor don't care about telling you nothing as long as he ain't going to make you give him money. As long as it's going to make you pay your tithe and your offering. Well, did Jesus not say that sin was in your imagination? Jesus said if you look at a woman and you conceive in your heart to give her the staff of authority in your heart. So if you give a woman the mandingo in your mind, you have done it in real life. Eh? Man. Pastors in Africa have private jet, private Lamborghinis, private camels, private donkeys, private sex partners, private abuse of little boys. It's all happening. It's all happening. Because the people that Christians really worship are their pastors. Pastors are the only ones being worshipped. Pastors and prophets and prophetesses, you are worshiping human beings. Every Christian worships a man in reality. But the Lord has brought you here today so you can be set free. I can set you free. Bakanga can set you free. That's why Bakanga is the one that defeated Jesus Christ. Bakanga defeated Allah. Bakanga put Moses in his place. And Bakanga is the reason why the United States of America is a great country. And Bakanga is the reason why you are going to be free from your religion. Bakanga is the way. And if you don't believe in Bakanga, you can go to heaven. Go to heaven. Bakanga forever and ever. Bakanga means nothing. Bakanga is a synonym to the word nothing. Eh? It's a word that has no meaning. If you cannot handle it, that is your problem. Umbongo. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure of mine to have you with me. It is now time for me to go snorkel. Y'all see this picture? This is in Hawaii. And man, it's so beautiful to snorkel in the ocean. You get to see turtles and fish and all types of. Oh yeah, the only people that make profit is the false prophets. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. If anybody, the only cloud I'm chasing is the cloud that Jesus is going to be walking on. I am chasing the cloud that the horses of the angels that are going to be flying with Jesus are going to be running on. So when Jesus comes on the clouds, you ain't going to see him because I'm going to chase all them clouds and I'm going to take him down. So Jesus is going to have to glide like a glider. You're going to have to fly. You might have to get a plane or something. You might have to call Joe Biden and say, Sleepy Joe, it's me, Jesus Christ. I need to borrow a plane so I can come out to the human world. And Sleepy Joe will be like, well, if you can go to North Korea, they will give you planes. Hell yeah. You better believe that. I'm not playing around. Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe finna talk to Jesus. Oh, Sleepy Joe be talking to Jesus all the time. Joe Biden and Jesus and Donald Trump are best friends. They hang out in West Texas. Sleepy Joe, Donald Trump, and Jesus Christ, they out here in West Texas, y'all. Hanging out, having fun, drinking some moonshine and some sunshine. I know. Listen, religious people, I know that as you listen to the sound of my voice, I know it irritates your soul. I know it makes your stomach turn to hear a man tell you that your God is not real. But for your consolation, I can show you the only place you can go to where your God is real. In your imagination. That's where your God is real. But in this world, there is and will never be no God. I hope a man can prove me wrong. I apologize for making your stomach turn. I apologize for making you question the Lord. I apologize for being the voice of Satan in the back of your skull. But you must listen to this voice.
you must listen to the whispers of the serpent. There is no God. Bakanga has come to you this day to set you free from your mental slave master. The one who governs you is not God, is what you have imagined for him. I see this person in the comment section. First of all, you're a beautiful woman. The lady, the Christian lady. Your name is the Lady Sunlight. Too bad you don't have enough followers. But you might be in Africa. If you're in Africa, send me a request. Just so you know, I don't care if you believe in God. You beautiful. You're so beautiful, God might exist on your face. Well, so you want to